Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished jury and guests, and those that are also attending online this event. We're really thankful that everyone has come out to listen to these wonderful presentations, and we've been in expectancy waiting for these presentations. Students have invested an enormous amount of work over the last few months, and so, as Anna said this morning, this is actually not just a presentation and an evaluation, but it's actually a celebration of what the students have done, and also as a, you could say in one sense, as a tribute to their efforts. This presentation will help demonstrate what they have achieved during their bachelor studies. Today and tomorrow, the bachelor students will be presenting their work, and then on Friday, the master's students will be presenting their work. So the next 3 days will be an actual, you could say, marathon, but since the projects are so interesting and diverse, I believe it's a wonderful opportunity for us to experience that diversity and to really appreciate the work of the students. One other thing I'd like to say before I introduce our jury is that this year's theme, which we actually have a theme every year, was blind spot. And of course, the term blind spot refers to our prejudices. It also refers to a biological blind spot where our nerve is connected to our eye that actually compensates and allows us to see. And then there are these social blind spots where we cannot actually see or experience things or are ignorant to them. Not all students have addressed this topic. Some have chosen to, some have chosen not to. But the reason why I'm mentioning it is because in April we'll be having a conference based on this theme. And finally, I want to introduce our jury. One of our jury members will be arriving shortly in approximately about an hour, just flying in from Norway, Ole Wiig. And until he arrives, Zonneveja will be in his place until he arrives. I also, also want to mention our other jury members. First of all, Andris Kronbergs, that has our honorary professor. Yeah. Gunta Grikmane, who has also faithfully served on our jury for many years with valuable input and comments, and really appreciate her support and investment in evaluating the students' work here. And Leitāne, who is the chairman of the Latvian Architecture Association, and also those of you that had her in third year has also joined our faculty here as a tutor in the design studio, so really appreciate that. And then of course Zana, who's the program director, and she can be very proud today of the students that have been underneath her supervision, truly expecting excellent work. And of course Anna Saudova, our secretary, which this job is not envied by anyone, but it is a place of honor because it is very important to bring forward your projects in an efficient manner and to clearly communicate the work that each one of you has done. So without further ado, we will begin presentations, and I invite David to come forward. Thank you.
Where is the... Okay. Okay. Yes? Okay. So hello everyone, I'm David, and today I will be presenting my theme, of course, and the title is Teaching the City, Architecture as a Catalyst for Human Behavior. And the presentation today I will first introduce my theories, and then second, the place I chose, and finally the actual design. So To start my theoretical part, I analyzed complex systems and field architecture. And these two, what they have in common is that they both analyze and study like singular elements and their relationships with each other. Complex systems, it is, for example, they are systems of single repeating parts that when combined together, they can have properties greater than the sum of their values. So for example, architecture, all of that can be considered a complex system, and the spaces it creates are also available not only like a shelter, but also a social value. And field architecture studies the relationship between objects, so for example, a window to window or a wall to wall, and how these interact. So these are the two that I studied in the theoretical part, and from that I reached 5 design principles that I found were present in the case studies and also in these theories. The first one is complexity of the built form. This is good to have because it's like from the combination of singular elements, you can create unique spaces and provides different architectural qualities using the same elements. Second one is respecting field interactions. This one is like how to properly organize those elements and how to make them fit in a context. The third one is rhizomatic logic applied to spatial planning. The title is a bit strange, but it basically means to connect everything to everywhere and like everyone to everywhere else. So for example, it's freedom of movement, freedom of space, and usage of the spaces. And the final two ones are a bit more on the social aspects. It's contextual placemaking. So architecture should create pleasant environments and also relate to the sensorial experiences we have with the built environment. And the final one is participative design, which is giving architecture back to its users, so allowing the residents and people who go there to use them and interpret it in the way they see fit. So basically then my main concept is to understand architecture as a complex system, buildings and elements within a field with a capacity of providing social value. To propose design solutions that strives towards social inclusivity and urban redevelopment in the city center. So in order to achieve that, I mapped out the empty spots or spots that are not used well in the center of Riga, and I chose this blue one, which is Leitāne 76, and it is the biggest one, so that's why I chose it, because it allows me a bit more freedom with the design, but all of those could also have been chosen to be redeveloped in a way. So the site itself is quite big, and the surroundings also have many complex qualities. There's, for example, museum, so there's like cultural aspect. There is also the transport aspect with the Rail Baltica, and also the Ukrainian school and Riga 15th secondary school. So there is a lot happening around the site. Here's a picture from Leitāne Street. You can see that it's quite an open expanse in the city center, but also not necessarily the whole plot is like that. This one is, for example, one of the perimeters of the plot, so it's actually quite built also, so there are some contrasts inside the plot. And the main feature of the plot is this old chimney, because there used to be a candle wax factory in that place, and the chimney stands there, and that is kind of the focal point of the plot, and I chose also, of course, to keep it and preserve it as the centerpiece. So here's the plot again, a bit more detailed. You can see the chimney there, and also there's Leitāne and some buildings around. Here's the master plan, and what I wanted to achieve with the master plan was I designed these 2 volumes, but I proposed these also for the future development. And I preserved the main pedestrian paths through here, the chimney, and then to the other points. But also in the building itself, there are quite some openings, so the building is quite permeable. It's not only these, you can go there, and also the courtyards, and I left also basically most of the space empty, so people can still choose to activate the space in the way they want. So here, for example, is the floor plan and a bit of the volumes, and these 2 ones which face Leitāne, they have student accommodations or social housing. These 2 ones facing here are 2-bedroom apartments, and these other 2 are duplexes. And here you can see a bit also the whole plan, so how it moves from the student housing to 2 bedrooms to the duplexes. So again, it's kind of like this field where you can see the gradient between the functions happening, and everything is still connected. This is the other one, so everyone, like for example, you can be on this apartment, you can walk all the way to the other ones and whatever way you choose, so everyone is interconnected in a, I think, like pleasant way. And these are the detailed drawings of the plan, so this is the social housing or student housing. It's one bedroom, but they have a private bathroom and kitchen still. This one is the 2-bedroom apartment, 64 square meters and 32 square meters. And this one you already have like the a bit of a space before the apartment itself and balconies. This is the duplex also, so you again have the public space where you walk to enter the apartment, and this is a double height balcony, which you can see here in this section. So you have the double height balcony, you can grow plants, you can enjoy it on winter also or in summer, because there will be these polycarbonate doors. And the corridors are here, so you can access the apartment from any level. This is also the section from the other, from block 2. So these are the 2-bedroom apartments. They have the balconies here and also the access. And this is one elevation. You can see the staircases, the glass polycarbonate elements. And finally, also this, you can see now visualize. That's the corridor here. And this is this room in between, so it's before the public space, but it's not also fully private space. And you can use to store bicycles, to store ski equipment during summer. It's like multi-functional space. And this is the view from the chimney. So here, basically on this chimney, we're looking towards this. So yes, you can see how there is like this plaza going around. The chimney is preserved, and the buildings they're a bit farther away. So it's not also like super tight and constrained inside the plot. And yes, that's the idea also to keep some of the field in the way it is, the existing grassland, because it's quite a pleasant green space in the city center. And yes, that's all. Thank you. And these here are just for you to move around. You can check the corridors and the doors.
We will start with comments from Andris with you and move our way forward.
What about this
Yeah, absolutely.
recension, no?
Oh, yes.
Please use the microphone.
Okay. The
It was fine. Okay.
reviewer was Efe Duyan, and he gave some positive qualities for part A. The thesis engaged in philosophical, social, and formal discussions, opens a fresh discussions, and is based on a solid research. And some disadvantages for theoretical part, there might be too many topics covered and not all of them in the same depth. About part B, the positive qualities: clear and strong concept, high quality design in general, research is applied to the design, high quality in details, technical aspects, visualization. And some imperfections: the corridors seem to be too long and large in total area compared to flats. The terraces between flats and corridors doesn't seem to be effectively usable. Thank you. And now you can answer to the questions.
Yes, and he left me with 2 questions. Both of them are regarding those 5 principles of the theoretical one. The first question is basically if I think they are applicable or not, and I believe they are. Yes, you can see and analyze. And then the last one, it was if I apply them correctly. And I think yes, to some extent also I managed. Maybe I applied a bit too much with the long corridors, but yes, I think all of them are applied. Like there is the gradients, there is complexity, there is grid arrangements, it's orderly, and yes, I think it's all also allows for like people to interact with the corridors, and they also choice to leave some of these spaces open, like the courtyards. So yes, I think it was right. Yes, quite.
Thank you.
But okay, thank you.
And now we can start with the jury.
thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask some two small questions. First of all, do you have any idea what, how this space between this big open space in the middle around the chimney, how it can be used, and what is the functionality, or how you can imagine how it develops, or you leave it as it is, almost, not so much you've shown about that, but probably this so big space in the city center, it's need to be somehow defined, or somehow say what can happen here and how we use it in the future. This is first. The second one is about these corridors, what was mentioned. Do you have any thoughts about traditions in this area, about living traditions, about typologic of residential buildings here in our country, in our region? Do you have any thoughts about that? How you can introduce this type of residential buildings or these social buildings in our climate, in our let's say nature and so on, in our tradition? Can you have any idea about that?
Okay, so for the first one, yes, about the plaza and the chimney, the idea was that around it, of course, there is the pavement, yes, with these bricks, and for there can be like multifunction. It can be, I don't know, skating, or some like weekend market can happen there. That's more like up to the community, I would say, to decide, but it is open space for that. And also he added 2 like sports squares on that side, but that's mostly just to like tie a bit more function to the space. And for the corridors, I think that of course the climate here, it is a bit like not maybe too favorable, yes, for that, but there are of the 4 heated and closed elevator shafts and stairs. So for that you would be able to go up, of course, but then the corridor would be exposed. And I personally don't feel like it would be such a trade-off in that sense, because of, at least for me, I live in the center also, so it is the same. I still walk on the streets and it's still open, so I think it gets used I don't know, to that at least.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
Okay, thank you from my side also for presentation. I really appreciate the part A. It's a very interesting topic, and you really explained it very good. And but I still also have approximately the same questions what was posted from the reviewer, and also what Andris already said. So 2 questions from my side. One is also about the public space. If you are saying in part A that you are also like organizing a new society through the architecture, as I understood. So what is about public spaces, not only in a courtyard, but also what is in first floors? Are there also only apartments or student apartments, or it's like public space which is open to the courtyard and somehow interacts with the courtyard? So that's the first question. And the second question also about the social issues, about the corridors. You can correct me, maybe I do not know everything. In my opinion, it's very good, the proposal for student apartments, which are like lower or social apartments, these long corridors. But what about like 2-story apartments, which are like higher level apartments, or even like private houses, which are usually not so opened to the neighbors, but in a case of such kind of corridors, they are open to the neighbors, so they do not have that very private feeling in their apartments when everyone is coming around them. So maybe you can comment, how do you feel this? Thank you.
yes, can I go back here? Yes, of course. I will show maybe with the floor plan. The first one was about the ground, yes. So here, yes, maybe these two blocks, yes, for example, here there are two openings, and these there are two lateral opens on the ground floor. And there are 6 total rentable spaces. So this side facing Leitāne, it is commercial. These two ones I chose to keep apartments actually in the ground floor, so it's not fully like empty or fully disconnected from the ground floor. And there are like one corridor here that you can go up and one here. So it's still you can walk through, but there are apartments. And on these two under the duplexes, I chose to keep like storage spaces for the residents. So it's not like, for the duplexes then it's not so busy underneath, it's not like there is a shop or like a, I don't know, like a bar. It is, they're lifted up, it's storage space, it's quiet, and then they can be on their like second level already. And for the privacy, I would say that from this, the corridors here, there is this tracks with the polycarbonate doors, like this also for the duplex. So at least for me, I think like the person would use this space like to store things and maybe even as balcony, but maybe to store things like grow plants, or basically just as a like mudroom or like pre-extelp, yeah, so you can have the space as you want, like you can fully open it or you can fully close and the light still goes through, and then there's the apartment. So for me, I don't see like this being too much of a privacy issue. And then they have the, on the other side, the double height balconies to the outside, yes.
Thank you. One more small question. What about cars? Riga has a very big problem with cars, with storing cars. So where is parking places for residents? Thank you.
Yes, initially I didn't fully actually design it here, but the idea would be that somewhere maybe here or through Leitāne there could be underground parking. And I would suggest in this street, so not to cause more traffic in Leitāne street. But I didn't design it here.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I think the graphics and the whole thing is pretty cool, but obviously when we are just taking into Zoom, then we have a lot of things to discuss. For example, Gunta already asked the question, which I at first glance thought that probably you could explain more about the general plan, about the principles, how you use, because as we know in Riga Historical Center the density is pretty high, and what you have chosen is totally different from what we have in our minds as an architects, as probably developers, and probably you could tell something a bit more about that.
Yes, so I maybe can show here. So the basically of course at the city center, yes, around it it's much denser, but the idea was exactly to not densify so much. And maybe it's not good for the developer side for financial reasons, but it presents a higher quality of the space because it's like more open space. The air gets like it's fresher, and the idea for the layout is I've centered around the chimney, and this is 32 meters around of like free space. So that's why the buildings make this tangent around, and the volumes would be basically matching the surrounding ones. So the idea is to develop it, but not to necessarily densify it. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Davi, for a great and detailed presentation. I have one question about those 5 principles you started on the theoretical part, and especially about the contextual placemaking, right? I really love this term. And I would encourage you to explain a bit more how exactly you're referring to this contextual placemaking about this neighborhood, the character. You only explained a bit what kinds of public buildings are around, but maybe you could explain us and visualize a bit what kind character this neighborhood gives and how exactly your proposal is complementing this.
Well, I think that the idea was not to say that the region doesn't have like quality spaces, yes, of course, And the region itself is quite complex and like lively. Of course, there's like the museum, there is museum around, and there are the schools, and even like a lot of people live there, and there is quite a bit of offices there. Even I work there with the like design around at Gertrude's, so it is quite a like developing in that sense, I guess, this space. And the idea was to also create here in this plot a pleasant space that the neighborhood would want to go there. So not only for the residents, but that's why the main space is left open still, so they can still use it for playing sports or for going on the plaza, skating, and enjoying the green space.
I really would back up these the questions about the space, because in my opinion, there is not so many parks actually around, and it is so busy and dense area, and this actually the proposal for me at least gives this sort of this open space. It makes sense because it's freeing up a bit and creating more community space for those, because in this neighborhood lives so many different cultures, many international people, students, etc. So this gives this opportunity for some public events happening actually.
Yes, there is the Ukrainian school right across the streets also, and there was the Latvijas Universitāte, but they're moving away.
Yes.
But they were here also really close by, and of course the Abarenes bus terminal, so there's a lot of movement of people from everywhere there, so it's quite a nice, I guess, meeting point, I can say for them.
So thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Your graphics, both in the PowerPoint and also what you have printed and displayed here, really nicely composed, and similar to what was already said, I really appreciate the A part. I think the ideas there and the incorporation and to transfer those ideas or to use those ideas to come up with an architectural solution are wonderful, and there's a great opportunity with all of these specific elements. For me, I would say, can you lift your model up again? For me, the most successful thing is what I think is quite interesting is how you mentioned the word stitching. And when I look at these white volumes that you've added that continue existing buildings and how they fold into the site, I think that works, and the fact that you have this inscribed sort of invisible square, but I think it should not be too invisible. And I think, what do I mean by that is that inscribed square should, in some way in your graphic material, that's sort of like the place that is going to host the multiple activities or exchanges that can happen between shops and students going to universities, students that are renting and going somewhere else, because the key for this plaza to become a new place is you have to bring those necessary activities. So I think the beginnings of those activities are there, but you need to go further to really sell the fact that this square is like sort of regenerated new function, okay? There's this reference to the past, but you are repurposing it. And so that repurposing has to be demonstrated. And so when you talk about the square, and see, when I look at the image on the right-hand side, you're showing sort of the prairie part or the overgrown part, but if there are the activities like having concerts there, having play areas for different aged students, and showing where those areas happen around that square area and what's hard surface versus soft will help actually demonstrate that. So for me, I would say that the beginnings of those ideas are happening, and the most successful part is the fact how I think you've arranged the volumes. The question is whether those volumes could be actually a little bit closer so that you feel that you've arrived to a space, because if volumes are too far, then we have this feeling that, oh, I haven't actually come into a space yet. But I think the materiality and the surface of that square would actually also help with that. So thank you very much. I think I had one other, yeah, so your chosen activities in this particular way have to be, there's two types of stitching. The stitching with the volumes, which you've done, but then also stitching with those functions. So talk about those kind of things more so that we, the jury understand how you're actually doing that. Yes, thank you.
Can I just quickly comment?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Sort of commenting stitching not only like physically, yes, but also like socially.
Yes.
That's why there's like students, social housing, then 2-bedroom apartments, and then the duplex. So that's like, it's not only a, I don't know, like fully social housing development. That's okay, like that it's only students maybe who goes there and they're always coming and going, but no, there's like families, there's 3-bedroom for the duplex. There could be small like couples living there also, so that's kind of the idea also to bring everyone together.
Yeah, and then your first floor?
Yeah, the first floor, these two would have shops, these two are apartments, and these two are the storage spaces. Yes. So it's kind of like bringing people here, the activity. Here there's still some apartments, and then this is facing the main plaza. Also, again, like leave it open for them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Tā kā iebrauc šajā ekrānā, iebrauc iekšā ekrānā, jā. Full screen bija zemāk. Tā, Airita Bērziņa, lūdzu.
Hello. Today I'm going to tell you about my bachelor thesis about harmonious coexisting through urban renewal, adaptive use, and spatial diversity in the former gardening center of Tsarnikovo. When I started the research, I found out really interesting thing that even though overall population of Latvia is decreasing, 3 municipalities are flourishing in that case. And this is happening due that people are choosing to live in these territories but work in Riga. And this internal migration brought the situation that there has been really big demand of housing. And also being environmentally mindful, it's necessary to also develop these territories further with sustainable designs. And in my theoretical part, I identified strategies of building developments, including strategies as restoration, adaptation of historical buildings. And in my theoretical part, I also included analysis of village where I had my site. So on this map, you can see that mainly all the public buildings are concentrated in the center, but around it, all the developments are private housing. And this shows this horizontal overexpansion that Leon Krier talked in his book. And it does not promote these harmonious cities, but he implemented that it's necessary to not to create all the public buildings are in center and around them to create housings, but it's better to create these cities that are implementing like 10-minute walk to get to your needed functions. And in my theoretical part, I also included help me in my part B of the project. And in my conclusions, I found out that if Tsarnikovo will develop further with private housing projects, it brings this risk of becoming suburbs of Riga. And also, as they are lacking these public spaces, by developing only private houses, it doesn't answer the demand of them. So for my proposal, I wanted to introduce diverse housing, mixed-use buildings, create urban spaces to promote communication, and also develop neglected territory. And for part B, I want to bring your attention to these two territories that are developed right now, and they are developing as private houses, gated private houses that does not promote communication at all. For my project, I looked into this neglected territory of previous gardening center of Tsarnikovo. And there people grew herbs, especially roses, in these greenhouses that you can see in the picture. And right now this territory has been neglected for over 10 years, and also the buildings that were previously used are also left to die. So I saw really great potential to develop this territory, as it is really beautiful because it's located in territory with a lake near it and also with the forested area. First thing that I did was to analyze all the existing buildings, and there were some that were in so bad condition it needed to be dismantled. And then after, I'm proposing this grid to provide the idea of public-private partnership, 10 by 10 grid, because the territory is ruled by municipality, and it provides great development opportunity. And I implemented different diverse public functions and also housing options that I will go into further, provided human dimension scale in the territory and also added infrastructure. And to formulate my concept, I found word coexisting, because I tried to answer how existing structures can coexist with new ones, how different types of people can come and coexist in one place, and also how people can coexist with nature that is within this territory. So with different typologies and territory development ideas, And with architectural languages of materials, I created this project with the idea of coexisting. And main thing I wanted to implement is that it's necessary to connect this territory with the city, not only to provide movement for the potential residents, but also to bring people into this territory as I implement these public functions and public buildings. And as the territory is located not far from the sea, it provides new great connection to the sea, as promenade has really big traffic in summertime, so the traffic would diffuse and provide new space for people to move. And the street that is connecting these I call it Community Garden Street. As I'm respecting and also placing back this like previous used idea of gardening, I implemented in the street this gardening function where people can sit and garden, or people from like other parts of the city to come and work and communicate with each other, and especially to bring people together, not to divide them. And this idea is used throughout the project. And as the territory connects city with the sea, I wanted to provide like when you go through this plot, where to grab coffee or bakeries, provide functions for different people like volleyball field, playgrounds for children, and places to sit like fireplaces and fountains. And all the existing buildings, I wanted to create them as public hubs. And especially this community center, as it is located near the lake, to provide this water functions to be used. And all the existing buildings, I want to keep the facades as they are, because they are beautiful. And this community center would provide spaces for new businesses to thrive by placing co-workings, offices, restaurants, and even also event spaces. But as the building is really big, I also, to promote this development, placed 8 apartment buildings on the 2nd floor. This building that was used as furnishing of the territory, I wanted to keep this industrial feeling by placing fitness center within it, because people were lacking spaces for fitness studios. And this building is the only building that is keeping this territory alive, because it is partially used and as workshops. So I'm respecting this function and keeping it further, not remaking it as something else. And further, all the scene buildings are created as housings. First, I wanted to go into rentals for summer times. I added to existing building wooden structure, which would be light and provide short-term rent for people who would live in summer, not only for people who would work there, but for those who would want to stay 1 or 2 days. And as I mentioned, it would be created by lightweight structure of wooden structure and polycarbonate, only for summertime use. And for families who would want to stay longer, I provided much bigger rentals where they could stay for month, 2 or 3, and also implementing the gardening aspect of the territory by placing these gardening boxes where they could work. And for social housing that could be developed by municipality in order to help families, I wanted really to also place in this territory with main characteristic that they would have shared balconies to promote communication and also connect all the apartments that I designed. There would be a lot of 2-bedroom apartments that would be small but ergonomically planned, and also implement 2 4-bedrooms in 1 floor. And further, typology that is used throughout Tsarnikava is row housing. And I wanted also to implement this typology in the territory with help of replicating these greenhouse sloped roofs. So I placed different types of housing options from 1 to 3-story buildings, and between them also provide these gardening places for people to communicate, and also like these green spaces would be great for like children to play. And in forested area, where there are like free spaces, I implemented apartment buildings that would be much more private. And as it is located near lake, so it has potential of overflooding, so I had to bring the apartments up with reinforced concrete structure. And so providing 2 bedrooms, 3 and 4 bedrooms apartments. And the shadings provide also privacy, and also gives this feeling of dynamic facades. So I created this territory, creating existing buildings at public hubs, implementing diverse housing options in order to have territory that grows together, not separates, as coexisting neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Erika. Thank you. The reviewer of Erika's thesis was Ramon Cordova Gonzalez, and some positive qualities from him about theoretical part. The topic is relevant from a sustainable point of view. It is fundamental to analyze critically the ways in which urban settlements are planned and developed, and understand the consequences, environmental, social and economic, that these imply. Disadvantages, this thesis had the potential to be a very unique and original research if it had analyzed in more detail the specific territory which focuses on. About practical part, the positive qualities, this is very ambitious thesis that managed to deliver a substantial amount of work at a very professional level in every scale. The application of theory to actual design was very thorough, and the quality and amount of work produced is outstanding. It exceeds bachelor level. Disadvantages, some of the urban aspects of the master plan could have been better analyzed. This could have led to better design solutions from an urban landscape point of view. Thank you, and now you can answer to the questions.
The first question he asked was about theoretical part, why I delved into typologies of the villages, but why I didn't look into urban fabric, economic, as in who develops the housing projects, and or historic. So I mainly analyzed typologies, and they gave me foundation to work further on the part B of the project, where I analyzed deeper these aspects of like developing the city. And also he asked me a question why I have so much area provided for vehicles. Even though my project is focusing primarily on human scale experiences, we cannot ignore vehicles. So as you can see, these streets are existing, but they were not connected in this part of the territory. And to promote this harmonious movement through it and provide access for pedestrians and also emergency vehicles, that's why this territory is also placed with street for the cars. And I didn't want to create parking lots within the territory, so I used the typology that is used in Carnikovo, where they have enough wide street to place cars on the side. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, comments?
Thank you for your presentation, Airita. It's a very big job done, of course, and a lot of typologies you analyzed, and a lot of typologies of the buildings you designed, and this is a very, very big amount you did, of course. And thank you for that. That is very very good job done. I just have some small questions. Do you have something in your process, in your research part? Do you have any feeling about traditions in Czarnikowa, traditions of living, traditions of typologies, how they are living here? And secondary comes from this one, for whom this new complex is, let's say, addressed. Is it people from outside, or is it people from Czarnikowa who are moving to the new parts of the city? What is the idea about client socially? Because we know sometimes happens that new society coming into the area, and existing people or people who are living there, system is destroyed at the same time. Too much new people, too much new needs, traditions are destroyed in the end of the day. And this is very interesting question, how you feel this one, for whom it is. And that's enough, thank you.
Okay. When I analyzed the typologies, I was looking also into development plan of Czarnikowa. And of course, they have a lot of private housing, like these gated private houses. But I read interviews that people in Czarnikowa are really like gated from each other, as they are gated like with these houses. And in the interviews that were previously done in order to create this development plan, a lot of people thought that they were not having enough events and they were not feeling connected with each other. So, and that is like, I wanted to showcase development plan on how to bring people more together by creating these connecting streets and connecting territories. And as also people are developing these row houses, they are saying that it brings people almost like together, because like children are playing like in the front of the house, and it gives like feeling of community. And as new people, like mainly I wanted to create project for new people to come in, as it is really big demand of housings there. And even right now, with all the prices that are like placed for these housing options, even private houses and everything, people are coming in and they do not have enough like to provide all the housings for them. So I provide new option to connect more people with all the also existing like residents of the Czarnikowa with these public spaces.
Thank you for really great job. Very beautiful graphic and very clear presentation and clear topic. So thank you very, very much for this. From my side, maybe just one question, following up with Andris' question. Approximately how many people are you counting for this new development? Approximately how many possible new residents in this area could be living?
A lot.
Sorry.
So
next time you will take first.
So about my, like, I tried to count them, but about like 300 people, like, it's a lot, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And following that, you already told about car traffic in the area. So that also before the reviewer's question was my question, what about cars? And especially if you are telling that there will be like new or redeveloped pedestrian path to the sea, so it attracts, of course, new cars in the area, because people are just going as far as they can with cars, and then just leaving cars and then going on by foot. So any ideas, as you saw, in Czarnikowa it's allowed to just to leave car in the street side, and so, but seeing beautiful graphics with the possible design of neighborhood, which is like car-free, and if you are telling that kids can play on the streets, so it somehow avoids car being there. So what is the idea how you can easily or not so easily adapt some bigger car parking spaces where to leave cars, not to go into the residential areas, or that just leave the pedestrian way empty? And so do you have some ideas? Thank you.
So yeah, right now there are some free spaces which are used for cars leading to territory, also on the side of the streets, but there are like free spaces in the forest like leading to the territory. But in the territory which I didn't implement, there are few spaces that are also created as parkings right now. It is in here and in here, and they could be like in summertime when the traffic is really high, could be also used like to place all of the cars. And one thing that I didn't implement when I answered the reviewer's question is that I provided this development also by answering Leo Creer's theoretical part, where I provide this connection to the city with like 15 minutes walk till the train station and the center of the city. It means that people who would live there do not actually need a lot of cars if they would also use public transports.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for presentation. It was really nicely done. Probably I would extend the question about the general plan. You have a lot of typologies, and if I would be a developer, how could you convince me which part, which stage I would have to start first as a construction phase, and what will continue afterwards? So how can you imagine the process? Because what we are seeing here is a totally complete project, and yeah.
So for the phase one, I really want to develop existing buildings because they are still in good shape, but in 5 years of time, they could be deteriorated even more, which I'm afraid of. So it would be the first phase, providing and bringing life into this place with public functions. And also, as the community center has apartments, people could start to live there. And afterwards, it would be possible to gradually like do the construction of further developments. Example for if it's necessary to like get profit more faster, as investors are really interested in that. Firstly, from like housing typologies, rentals would be the best, like first from housing to be developed, because they are in simple construction and like fastly constructed. And then further, it would be possible to construct the private houses and then these apartment buildings.
Thank you, Arita. I will not ask any questions. I was the supervisor, but I enjoyed the process. Was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Arita. Thank you for your presentation. It was a very, very clear presentation. Your idea, the explanation of it, and how you actually turned it into a valid and believable proposal. Just a few comments. I think your decisions about making these connections or new connections over the river were strategically correct, and they help sort of this dead end, you could say, in one sense, reconnect this dead end with the movement of people. Obviously, we don't want to control the amount of cars and those kind of things, but actually they are, in one sense, needed to actually reconnect this part and to provide this alternate access to the sea, or to the port of Riga, which is really good. also, I think where it's located and you picking this place and finding a new purpose for it with your typologies were selected, the two-slope roof, sort of the memory of the glazed greenhouses that were there. Those are really all good key elements that work on the inhabitants, and maybe those that maybe saw the functions that were there before and now seeing how this has been used in a new way. But I would actually highlight that even more. I would, in your presentation, talk more about that past and how you're taking some of those past things and sort of repurposing them. You've done that, but I would just really sell that more to make it obvious, even to those that may be hearing the presentation for the first time. Also, the sophistication and the level of your work here, seeing your presentation, the boards, and then the booklet here. I mean, you're thinking about things at many different levels. You're thinking about the street. What is the relationship with the building and the street and the car and the person and regarding what was said before about the streets and how they are used. I actually have experience outside of Latvia living in the States, and sometimes when we played on the street became actually the playground. You'd put up your football nets at each end of the street. It was closed for that period of time, and then when the cars come by, you sort of disassemble and then reassemble quickly again. Or fire hydrants were opened up in the summertime, and water was released onto the street, and it became a functional place and had multiple functions. So, just like you had mentioned about having this market area for the people that are growing, there can be times when the street is closed, or opened up, depending on the activities that you are organizing there. Mm-hmm. And I also like that with all these types that you haven't neglected thinking about the design carefully. These plans work. The materials that you chose, and the feeling and the decision of what kind of materials to use where is really clearly shown that you've taken care in that. So really appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jā, lai visi dzird, nekautrējies. a gente busca sempre, minute, and
Jā, tur man liekas arī tur ir, jā, un jā, full screen apakšēji.
Vai ir jātur mikrofons?
Jā, nu tu vari būt labāk skaņa.
Jā.
Centīšos, jā.
Hello, my name is Jutta Linda and I'm going to present my thesis today. And before I start, I will also hand my sketchbook for reviewing. First, I'm going to introduce my theoretical part, the name of which is Hand Drawing in Architecture, Rediscovering the Significance of Analog Tools. The architectural practice relies predominantly on production of images to portray design ideas. And as the practice of architecture has become computerized, hand drawings have taken the position of trivial instruments belonging mostly to the very beginning stages of design thinking. The aim of the theoretical part of my thesis was to examine the roles architectural drawing has held over history and the potential future roles and roles of the digitally inclined age we are in today. The multifaceted roles of architectural drawing, specifically its influence on design thinking, were analyzed through case studies of different architects' work. And the main conclusions showcased that the freehand drawing allows to articulate ambiguities, uncertainties, and details that glossy computer images often cannot. The case study analysis showcased also that compared to computer-assisted imagery, hand drawings portray broader creativity and subjective expression. The use of hand in the process of observation, speculation, and design fosters a deeper connection between the author and the subject. And for these reasons, it can be argued that hand drawing is a more effective and ethical tool in portrayal of thinking and design within architecture. And hand drawing is both researched in the A part of the thesis as well as used in the process of the project in all the stages of design, of speculation, of observation of the site. To introduce the practical part of the project, rejuvenation of public spaces through acupunctural interventions were proposed in Maskava Forstadta neighborhood. The main questions examined in this part of the work were what is the right approach to many unused and abandoned zones in the city. Riga city is dotted with these empty plots of land which are abandoned and idle, and many buildings that are slowly falling into decay. And the modes of development within the city are often driven by the interests of the developers, and thus, as a result, many aspects of specific neighborhood, its historical, cultural, and specificities of its character are often left neglected and overlooked. Large, rigid, and permanent projects lack a sense of connection to the place, curiosity, and engagement. And these urban spaces, as a result, become more fragmented and idle and inconsistent.
My proposal is exploration of a concept of urban acupuncture. This concept employs small-scale experimental interventions which aim to stand as a first step in understanding how the intervention would work in an urban environment. These interventions are often smaller scale, they are more easily made and produced, they are less costly, and thus they stand as a first step. When they are placed, observations are made about how they interact with the location, how locals use them, and then conclusions can be made about more permanent and rigid interventions in the future. As the location of my project is chosen Maskavas Forštāte. This is a location that is very rich in history. It is one of the oldest settlements outside of the city walls of Riga in the 14th century. There are many historical valuable buildings from 18th and 19th century lived there. And of course the people are is a very important part of the neighborhood. There have been historically many people of many minorities, religions and nationalities living here. So I chose 5 locations owned by municipality, which are located quite close in the proximity of the center of the neighborhood. They are located along this main artery of Maskava Street, and I looked at the connectivity. They are in a close distance from walking distance from one another. I analyzed each site's spatial qualities, typologies surrounding it, and characteristics to derive out of that a potential function of the intervention. Starting with the first plot, it is a gap in the building line in a smaller street called Pirt Street. It splits from Maskava Street closer to the center. It is the furthest one from the central part of the neighborhood. And here there are some walls enclosing it, and as well as a fence. It feels quite secluded and tranquil, as a little green oasis within these different streets and the urban fabric. So here I proposed urban gardening scenario. A structure, the existing wall is utilized in a structure of scaffolding and wood, forms seating arrangements and plant boxes for locals to engage, to connect and meet there, and also practically be involved in the community. The next location is in beginning of Jersika Street, and even though the street is quite quiet and small scale, the typology is mostly residential. Here there is a lack of public spaces as well surrounding it where to sit and to meet people. So the proposal here was following the longitudinal shape of the plot, and it is a structure of different shaped surfaces, a multifunctional structure called the playground of interpretation. So there are tables on different surfaces, seating, also these nets for resting, and also the existing wall is utilized to arrange seating and tables and other functions. The next location is a few meters on from the previous one, and it is a more open and bigger location. There are trees. It feels quite open and visible from further distances. And to tie in the function with the previous one located in Jersika Street, this intervention is for play and activities, and it was more tended towards teenagers because public spaces often neglect specifically the needs of teens. They have different specific needs and interests, and here are the circular shape surrounds the tree, and there are openings made, and the volume is split in three parts. Each one has a slightly different function, like swings, sitting, climbing, and open to also interpretation, but mostly aimed for interaction, which is an important part for teens. The next location is closest is the final one in the sequence, and it connects Maskava Street with Latgales parks, and here the location is quite dynamic because an existing path is made along the fence, and it has a transitional quality about it. And here my proposal accommodates this existing transitional aspect. So following the path, I placed a red arrangement line with tables, seating, plant pots, and a pavilion as a central element that would hopefully draw people to stay, to linger in the site, and to connect with others. And this pavilion also employs different functions, like a library, book exchange, a cat shelter, because it's another important aspect of the neighborhood, the caretaking aspect of the animals. The final plot is a bit different. It is a very central one. It is a historical square, market square, and a park has been planned there, but it's still quite unused and empty. And then there is an existing old building which is left abandoned. And my proposal here is more on the permanent side, with the aim to enliven this historical market square and bring more people to the neighborhood, as well as provide spaces for locals to have different events and a liveliness. Yeah, that's the plan. And to conclude, these locations these interventions located along the main artery of Moscow Street create new spots of life and bring together different smaller streets and sections of the city. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jutta. The reviewer of Jutta's thesis was Rudolfs Dainis Šmits, and he emphasized some positive qualities of this thesis. The research and theoretical aspects and ideas presented are refreshing in the context of a highly digitized society. The text is very well written and engaged the reader, provoking through the contemplation about presented ideas, particularly the need for through imagination and making drawing in the design process. About practical part B, the student has demonstrated the importance of drawing and has successfully applied this fruitful and poetic approach into the design. The imaginated idea and thoughts manifest through drawings are clearly evident in the proposed solutions and interventions. And some disadvantages, perhaps more contrast highlights and saturation of color in the graphical representation could be applied to highlighted points of interest. Thank you. Now you can answer for the questions.
Yes, the first question for A part is, since the drawing is still the principal tangible object created directly by the architect, according to Robbins, in your opinion, how can this unique thought process be protected and incorporated in the design process? So, of course, the thesis does not argue against digital representation and the practice of architecture, and also in professional field and also in education is very reliant upon digital tools for creation of drawings. But I think that how drawing can be incorporated throughout the design process, not just in the beginning stages, is if it is shown more by the architects and talked about more, not neglected as just a trivial thing for nobody to see, but also showed to clients and brought up more into discussion. Because it is the physical object, perhaps the closest to the initial idea. Yes, and the part B questions. In your proposed acupuncture approach to design, where do you think your interventions work most successfully, and how did the hand drawing process help you imagine and discover proposed solutions? The most successful aspect of my design, I think, is the experimental approach. It could be more easily developed and executed in real life, and the experimental aspect of could be very beneficial to observe how it interacts with how people interact with it and what happens in the long term, and the conclusions could be made about further development thus. And the drawing helped to imagine the solutions because I used it throughout the process to analyze the existing condition, to search for a shape for the function and accommodation of these functions. It was helpful. And about physical models are, the last question, do you think physical models work similar to drawing rather than relying on polish of 3D rendered images? Yes, I think they definitely do, because it is another tool of analog representation. And I did the drawings and a lot of digital imagery as well, but when I was building also the physical model, it does portray things even more differently and clearly, perhaps. Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, Jutta, thank you for a presentation. I was so happy to listen to that because I understood pretty well what you are talking about and about sketching. Thank you for your sketching, first of all, because this is, in my opinion, also a very, very important part of the process, and that's part of the thinking, way of thinking. You know, that's a very, very nice to hear that you are trying to use this method and argue also in the part A about that, and give nice examples from big architects here I saw, and I saw also in your sketchbook. This is very nice what you are doing. And don't be afraid to show to client hand drawings, because it helps a lot. I have this experience. If you have a possibility to draw very clear line by the pencil, this is much more understandable than computer visualization sometimes, because this is very concentrated. And if the client is smart, he understands immediately this line, because this is by your heart and by your hand. And this is something different what machine can do. Machine can control this, but never make such a line, what you can do. And this is one thing, and therefore I'm very happy to hear. And the second about B, this is very realistic proposal, and I feel that comes from your understanding of process, because if you are sketching these small pieces here in small pieces of lands, you are feeling them pretty well, and this is very realistic proposal, very sensitive, and I think this is very good job done. Thank you very much. I have no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And actually, I do not have any questions, but I'm really thankful for this presentation. It's there's very clear graphic, both computer designed and your hand sketches, and it's really interesting to see how your part A comes together with part B, because it's the scale you choose and the detailing you choose to discuss in a part A is exactly what you are showing in your design in part B. So thank you very much. Good job. Thank you.
Well, thank you for presentation. I do have some questions. Has to be someone who asks something. The proposal reminds me somehow, when I'm looking at the model, not the actual general plan, reminds me of Park La Villette.
Mm-hmm.
And when I thought about it, I wanted to ask, have you, it reminds me of those urban acupuncture objects, which could be more bold. I would encourage you to make them probably some other time, even 2 or 3 story higher. So now we have some small something. And have you thought about it? And have you thought about it, how to connect them together? Because in the model you have shown that, but we don't see that in the general plan. That's the first part. And the second part, I do see some modular system that you're using, and probably you have thought of replicating them in the city somewhere else. Is it possible, or is it specially designed for this particular place?
Okay, thank you for the questions. The first, the Park Villette, yes, I have looked into it as well as an example, and I did sketch and think about more bigger structures with maybe multiple stories at first, but then thinking realistically about implementing them, it's probably easier, even more attainable to arrange the execution of like more simple the structures. But I did think about that as an option. Regarding the connection, the connectivity, I did want to connect them more, represent the connection more. The plan was, in real life, it could be executed through color on the pavement, also some smaller arrangements like plant pots and, for example, seating and connection points. Many of these intersections had bad crossing points and that could also be considered, so it's more connected in real life. And the last question, the typologies and shapes, I think that these could most probably similarly be executed elsewhere. Some of them I did reference the shape, maybe in this one of the sloped roofs, which are very characteristic of the typology of Maskavas-Vorstadt. And of course, all of them follow the shape and arrangement of spatial qualities of existing sites, but similarly, they could be done elsewhere, I think, yeah.
Thank you, Jutta, for this wonderful presentation, the model, and especially bringing up this topic, because I think the hand sketches is sort of a piece of art, and it is a huge part of the architectural world, representation, and the project itself. I think actually by drawing and redrawing each of the plots, you captured and absorb atmosphere, and I think that's why your project is so good. That you did by yourself, through the hand, through the heart, as you said. I have one question. It's more. Maybe you could explain a bit better, because you rushed through the central point. Could you explain why this central point, this horse depot, former horse depot, is more permanent, and why it's needed for this neighborhood?
Yes, I mentioned briefly that it is the central square. By this horse depot building, there is a central square, and it has the historical significance of the market space, and also the existing building also used to be utilized, and now, even though it is a central square, it is still quite unused. And yes, and I wanted to make it as a connection point, and at the same time, so walking from Jersey Street, it guides and connects, but at the same time, it's the central space for liveliness, and also potentially so that this neighborhood could be attract people from other places as well, and be more lively and more central. Yeah, that was the premise. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jutta, for your presentation. Really beautiful. And reviewing this at the reviewer, I wanted to say here that the drawings, and actually what's interesting here is your boards that you have set up, and the little book that's on the table there, the imagination and the whole process that's in that little book. I recommend to everybody to take a look at that, because it actually captures all those ideas, and then in the presentation, then you're carrying that into that. And my previous comment about the saturation, or that you've actually achieved it here, now that I see the boards up on the wall and everything, that comment I take back, because it's been done, and so it's perfect. And then again, with these hand-drawn elements and thoughts, and looking at those versus the computer-generated things, it's a wonderful dialogue between what you can experience and imagine with the hand drawings, and then carrying that out into your design. So I think that's been really successful. And regarding the comment that Linda had about the Park Levelette, this association here, I think though what's very interesting here is that rather than Chumi makes this grid and these red objects that are on a grid which is imposed here, I think it's even more powerful because the actual element that is found is an existing condition that needs help. And then it makes it even more powerful because it's not an abstract grid that you throw onto it, but here you're actually extracting something from the context and rejuvenating it. And while I was doing this review, I Googled the acupuncture, and I looked at these, I came up with these images of these drawings on the human body with all of the dots and the lines and everything. And actually, the association here is quite strong, that because it's not just this subjective thing where you stick a needle and hope it works, but actually it's very accurate decisions on where to pick something to actually rejuvenate something. So I think the symbolism and the metaphor are really quite powerful. And lastly, and this is actually for the whole class, you guys started in first year, and this whole idea of think, draw, and fabricate, and repeat. And rather than being a lineal thing, a cyclical thing that you do and generate, and it's, I would, as Andris said, I recommend using this type of technique as a way of, in the future, of documenting and presenting your ideas to clients. It's a great tool, and being proficient at both is really a wonderful thing, and make use of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
bakalaura darbu. Pārdaugavas mūzikas un mākslas skolas un tās teritorijas atzimšana. Revival of Pārdaugava Music and Art School and its territory.
Let's start this.
Okay. Music and art institutions serve as an important component in the modern society and heritage, playing a crucial role in shaping and both perceiving and advancing cultural experiences. In the 60s, school navigated as a complex blend of strict discipline. Classrooms were designed the way that they could accommodate a lot of people with the lack of resources. But the education landscape has changed with the transfer of technologies, and appeared a lot of teaching methods, new resource accessibilities, and global connections between the students and educators in the world. Classes became bigger and more socially efficient. In a public building, and particularly in the context of music and art school, the significance of light, color, and sound cannot be overstated. And these three elements, they shape the atmosphere, they contribute the overall experience of the students, creating inspiring, inviting, engaging learning environment. And those help with details, perceive and complete tasks more efficiently, as well as shape and supplement important facilities for such institutions. To get to the project, help me 4 case studies located in Latvia of music and art schools that got renovated or newly constructed in the past 10 years that I visited, took interviews from, and analyzed for better understanding the nature of those. Saldus Music and Art School was unique for its courtyards with the reflective surfaces to bring more light in the hallways. Duoble Music School wanted the unusual connection between the old historic facade of the building that they integrated in the surface of the interior walls. Maarupa Music School has representation of the acoustics in its shape of the facade as well as the hallways, not stopping the sound distribution in the long distances and not disturbing the glasses around. Babete was the case study that had its concert hall elevated above the ground. All of them has impressive amount of seats in the concert halls, well-developed accessibilities for people in need, as well as growth of students every year, and renovation of those also we can see help the capacity to increase the capacity of those. My aim was to adapt the historic Pārdaugava and Music School, a Soviet period mass production brick building, to align it with the demands of the modern public facility and educational needs. It is located in Riga on Graudu Street 59, and it's constructed in its 60s during Khrushchev's times. There are 3 main roads around it: railways, busy Graudu Street, and Vienības gatve that leads to the city center. It's really far away from any other music and art school, which means that it's not really competing with anyone. And still, despite its location, in the affluent, well-populated Zepnikāns, Torņkalns, Bieriņa, Atgāzene, and rapidly growing area of Maarupa, Pārdaugava Music and Art School has experienced 9% decrease of student enrollment in the past 2 years. Before, ground floor, to get to the backyard of the plot, it was necessary to go around the building itself, where art students spend their times doing planner classes. Back there is a wooden construction center that works with the music institution to recover their wooden instruments. After rehabilitation, we can see that the space became more accessible. Ground floor became more as a gathering point, and it is led with the parking lot as well as pedestrian road that connects both sides, making that idea of going through stronger. Current shape, more specifically the art and music buildings, small
art studio, tiny concert hall, and tunnel in between as a main circulation in between the buildings, was felt a little bit detached. That's why there was an idea to remove them from the common shape. Then there was a necessity to add connective circulation, such as connective bridges, as well as integrate back the concert hall, shape it into the needs of the acoustics and shape it to the acoustical needs of the spaces, and create a glass shell to cover everything and unite together. Bearing system, due to the elevated concert hall, comes first with the connection bridges in between each other, and case studies showed that it is necessary to lay out classes from wide and loud to quiet and small, from bottom to top. That's why ground floor has wide private classes for wind instruments on the ground floor, with short class, exam rooms, and group classes, while art building has open access to library and gallery, art gallery, created for more inviting atmosphere, and followed with the arches along the facade. With the tunnel use and no use of some staircase, before there was a very poor circulation, and after modifying it, it became more vivid, diverse, and circular. Music second floor layout stayed mostly the same. In the music part, group theoretical classes. What I did, I integrated the same idea to the art building, to the other side, by making adaptive with the slide walls, open spaces for creating their own activities for the students and teachers. Third floor comes with the small classes for the private rooms. As you could see, those have sloped walls for better and pointed sound distribution in there. The building overall is equipped with the double doors, seamless floors, and the acoustic system on the walls that not only matching the music as well as work as additional sound insulator. Meanwhile, art has workshop, new ceramic and fine art classes, computer rooms equipped with the showers and lockers that was not there before. The fourth floor was not used years by Pārdaugava Music and Art School. That's why it was modified into administration space with its own reception, waiting area, conference spaces, offices, and teachers' rooms. Now we go to the concert hall, and it gives us perception of, it gives us the reception that leads to the concert hall itself with the seating area. For performers, there is a different entrance with the space with the practice for the practice before the stage, which has practice room for orchestra, instrument storage, lounge, changing room, and technical space. Concert hall opens roof functions with elevators to deliver heavy equipment to the top above the art building. Meanwhile, music school has the entrance to the concert hall itself for the visitors, as well as urban garden for the entertainment, for the entertaining environment. Seating area was designed by rule 50-50, which is 50% of the space is used for sitting and the rest is for the stage. It has balcony with acoustic system above, and everything is covered with the trusses around. Thanks to the elevation height changes, I could use the possibility to use that natural slope to create the seating area. While gathering space has interesting level changes in between elevated playing ground and going down sitting area in the circle. Since school has their most of the work days during cold times, atrium was created, and it helped to cover it and spend time there, not depending on the weather. Mirroring surface below the concert hall helps to complement the area below and entertains the visitors. And this is the overall look and the rehabilitation project for Pārdaugava Music and Art School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The reviewer of Elena's thesis was Francisco Martinez Sales, and he gave some positive qualities for theoretical part. The thesis exhibits several positive qualities with a notable diversity in research methods that combine technical literature on architecture, studies exploring the impact of architecture and space on the sense, musical education, and visual documentation of buildings through photographs taken by the author. And disadvantages: one are lacking is a more precise and detailed technical description of the existing music school building. There is a lack of diagnostic analysis identifying obsolete elements that require modification to align with the new reality of the music school. And about practical part, the positive thing, placing the concert hall volume atop existing structures serves as a distinctive and inviting feature for the public building. This decision transforms the roofs into an extension of public space, signaling a new open event accessible to everyone in the area. And disadvantage: the design articulation of the concert hall volume with the existing building misses the chance to establish a more pronounced and exploratory contrast, mostly in facade views. Thank you. Now, reviewers' questions. Yes.
First question is, what factors influenced the decision to position the concert hall volume on upper floor? Since this question is very long, I will answer in the parts. So basically the first reason is the concert hall is considered as a black box, and it has occasional events, as well as ground floor, I think should be opened to more accessible things that are used on a daily basis, as well as the study showed, specifically the questionnaire that I made along in between the students of Pārdaugava Music School. Most of them said that it is quite hard to see music school from the street, and concert hall can work as a sign and navigation from far away. And can you shortly explain the access sequence for visitors within the architectural design? So for concert hall visitors, for them, there is a public space that I created at the concert hall reception. To get there, they go through the entrance, and right on the right side, there is an information center, as well as the main staircases that lead directly to the rooftop. Additionally, are the locations of the columns determined solely by structural criteria, or do design-driven consideration play a role? So basically, columns were created for both, for construction and design elements. The thickest one that mostly support the concert hall and elevates it, they are thicker and they are blended into the facades, while the thinner ones, I wanted them to place in the middle to be part of the design and make the space more, that's specifically part of the space, more intuitive for visitors, for them to understand that there is passage on the ground floor between the main buildings. Can you briefly discuss potential design strategies that could be utilized to integrate the findings from color psychology into the music and art school project? There could and there is. So basically, right now, the main colors of the facade and interior of the music school are red and green. They cover mostly all the surfaces, and I find it quite disturbing. That's why I left the hallways of the Music and Arts School white, since students are very encouraged to place their arts and shape their color of the space themselves. The color is very important part of also navigation in the buildings. As you could see before in the plants, I colored them in different colors. I left the red as it was and used the complementary colors so that people can define and separate the functions of the buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Start, please.
Oh, well, thank you for the presentation. I did had some questions, and some of you already answered, mainly about the concept. But I will extend the questions also. Can you describe what is happening there between those two buildings? As I do understand, they're covered with a glass facade and glass structure. And that's the first part. And the second, how could you explain or describe during our climate, which we have already there, how it's possible to
Yes.
deal with this?
Sure.
And how many people are there, so that we can have some imagination about how the space is used in between buildings?
Yes, sure. So the space on the ground floor is used in between the buildings this way. So basically, by analyzing the kids' activities that they were doing outside during the cold times, they were basically playing around, but they did not have any facilities and specific places to do that. That's why I integrated into the atrium space, which is a reading area connected with the library, since there was no direct connection before with the circulation with that facility. I integrated the waiting area for the parents, because before there was also none such thing. And gathering point, which is the most important for students to spend time in between the periods, which is playground and a little garden, a relaxing space for them to get ready for the next class. At the atrium, I've been thinking about heating it minimum to the most possible degrees, which is 16, 17 with the heating system. I did not design it technically in my project, but I think it would be logically to consider it in this space. Yes, how many students? So right now there is 450 students studying, and I believe I increased capacity by 2 times, which is 900.
Thank you for the presentation. I do have one question, maybe following up with the previous one. Approximately, I don't see any figures in your presentation. What is the proportion between usable space, which is like existing buildings and a new concert hall, and public space, which is the new created atrium and this open space in the first floor? Which is the proportion approximately, 1 to 2, or?
What are the proportions?
Or you have particular figures? How many square meters are usable space and public space, which is atrium?
I do not remember the exact numbers, but I believe I wrote it down in the passport of my theoretical part. This is the B part. Yeah, it might be there as well. Yeah.
No, but come on.
There's separately music, art.
So 1 to 2, yeah.
Yes, 1 to 2.
No,
probably
1 to 4. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Elina, thank you for presentation. Probably I didn't hear everything because you are speaking so
Nervously?
not enough loud
Oh,
for
not
me.
enough loud.
And probably I will give answer which already answered. But speaking about two things. Just small question. Do you have any idea about structure of this glass roof and structural solutions? Do you have any metal structure, or you have a wooden structure in the end, or do you have some ideas about that? You didn't show anything about that.
Yes, that's a good question. I did not really consider that. I did not really calculate that or like define anything, but I believe it should be some metal to.
Metal.
Yeah. Metal.
But I am asking because it's also gives in the end of the day feeling about the building. If you use a wooden structure that's different from the metal structure, probably you have some feeling about inside, interior, feeling for children and so on. Therefore, it's important to understand what will be the structure.
Yeah.
Because it's not flying glass and it's
Sure.
normally not working. And the second question is, this concert hall is made as a very nice, hall, but mostly for one function. What about these other functions, which is in the school needed for sports, for different activities and so on? How is your idea about that?
Yeah, sure. So basically, of course, there was lack of a good facility such as a concert hall with a big amount of seats, as well as they did not have any a good acoustically room for the big orchestra that they currently have. That's why I try to connect both, so it works as for school and as public space. Orchestra space mostly, yes.
And this small school, there is a big orchestra?
Actually, yes. I believe they have 40 people.
40
and they are practicing in the room. I cannot say how many square meters it is big, but I have studied in this school. I was in the orchestra.
Okay.
It was barely sittable. So.
Okay. And what about sports and different other activities? What is needed in the school?
Different sports. They don't have, for example, art faculty. They do not have any, particular activities in the curriculum. But the second floor, I considered it as an adaptive space for them to define their own activities in between the classes or after the classes, as well as the additional classes that could be taught in the school and they can choose. And one of them is the dance studio. That's all the sports I considered.
Which second floor? Show me, please, on the plan. This one.
Yes.
Okay. As a multifunctional room.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can just back up for the Andris question. This is only art and music school after after school classes. So that's why they don't have sports. Sports. Thank you, Elina. I think the strongest part is really the research part. You did a tremendous job. You visited all the case studies. You actually talked with the directors of the schools and with the students, and you investigated very, very thoroughly. And that's very deep research. And that's why I believe all your decisions which were made for the functional reasons, and I think they are very well thought of. The other thing is the visuals and the graphics, which is as well, I think, gives a necessary impression, and as well I think what you thought of all the public functions is very well laid out. It could be maybe explained a bit more.
Yes.
With diagrams and etc. I can really well understand, because I was working with you a lot. But maybe some of the questions are from the jury, because it could be a bit more explained better.
Yes.
But otherwise, I think it's a very good project.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Also agree with Zana regarding your research, the case studies, and the precedents that you investigated. That is really very valuable. And one thing I want to say about the tradition of art schools and music schools in Latvia, I don't think Latvian residents realize how precious of a thing that is, because while music and art programs are being closed in many other countries and they're being reduced and money is being left on the sciences and math and pre-college requirements, here the tradition and it's being cherished and it's being preserved, and I think it's really, really important. Now, the idea of creating a music school that also has a double function outside of its school program, I also think is a way of being able to have the identity of that school within its neighborhood to be connected in a way that's the off hours. If we are at school from 8 to 3 and having a functionality of a facility from 3 to 10 with other activities, concerts or rehearsals or even seminars, or to even rent the facility out so that this atrium space is something that is also used for those activities, then you need to say that and emphasize that, because if that's there, then you need to say it. Also, I agree with Andris about the indicating that is a glazed structure. That is good, but I think so that there would be at least the idea that you have identified that there is some sort of structural symptom, put something behind that glazing so we understand whether you are using the column system that's underneath the auditorium and it sort of spreads out into the square area in both directions. And also, I know you were working with the strong square shape, perhaps in some ways reducing the atrium area, keeping the idea of this 9 square and this courtyard, but having parts of it that are in and out so that maybe you can reduce the cubic meters of the actual atrium space. And I also understood that this space is something that can, like in the summertime, it can be opened up, correct? Is that correct? Versus being a closed, conditioned space.
Yes, that's right. In the summer it would be too hot not to have openings, that's
Yeah.
right.
So those are just things that you have to say and sort of investigate so that we wouldn't question whether the glazing is possible. The other aspect is I personally like the way you have these program elements that are stacked. They remind me of the REM's Seattle Library, where he's taking programs, stacking it, and then the differences between those volumes, they're being enclosed. And so idea-wise, I think this works, but those questions have to be resolved.
Yeah.
And because obviously there are economical issues and structural issues that have to be addressed for this to work. But I really appreciate the project and your proposal to provide a new facility that doesn't only work during school time, but also outside of those hours. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Do we have a pause right now? No? Okay.
One more, and then I believe.
You'll do it, yeah. Es meklēju messages, es nezinu.
Jā, cerams, jau viņš vispār nosēdēs, es gribētu informācijas par to, vai ne?
Jā, viņš nav neko sūtījis, kad ir kavēts vai kaut kas.
E-pastiņā arī nav, ja nekas?
Es skatos tagad.
Jā, kaut kas.
Oh. No. We do. We lose no time. Yes, yeah. The problem is the next over the plane. Valencia.
Bakalors man ir zilā krāsiņā. Šits man bakalors. So hello, today I'm going to present my bachelor thesis, which is exploring the possibilities of a multi-sensual design, socially inclusive library. I would like to start with this quote that is quite important for my study. Libraries are regarded as the most exclusive scientific and cultural centers throughout the world and should offer services to everyone. The minority group of the blind and visually impaired are regarded as potential and actual users of libraries, especially public ones. So my project overview, I wanted to create a socially inclusive library that is inspired by phenomenological aspects of creating a sensual design using tactilities and materiality patterns, as well as incorporating different sounds, views, and light design into the project. And also I revised the concept of library, and I decided to add a community center together with the library. My project is divided in two parts, part A and B. In the part A, I talked about research, about what is necessary for designing a socially inclusive library, and different multi-sensory design principles. In the B part, I analyzed specific location and adjacent territories and proposals for the design. The main aim of this project is to create a space for learning and experience, as well as a space for togetherness for everyone, regardless of their physical or mental situation and age. And the idea is developing as a socially inclusive library that also serves as a cultural and community meeting center. I researched 3 case studies, and from each of them I dragged and inspired a couple of things. For example, from this case study, I inspired that they promote lifelong learning and they have flexible furniture in thought of a future usability of the space. From this case study, I was inspired from the tactile design, and that they incorporated children's learning together with elderly learning, and that they used the color yellow, that is just the one color that visually impaired people can actually differentiate for every other color. And the third case study was
inspiration for adding a meeting center, a community center to the library, that it enhances the usability and functionality. And the part B. I chose to do this project in Verdi. This is the closest to the city as you can get, with a touch of natural aspects. And there are two main roads that connect this space. This is from Strasmuža, the light blue, that is visually impaired community in Riga, and from the city center. And both is approximately 20 minutes to get to the plot with the public transportation or car. My plot is located in Verdi, near a public bus stop that is only 1 minute away from the plot. And by doing this research, I analyzed that here are a lot of private houses that would attract families with children and middle-aged people. One bus stop from my plot, there is a nursing home that would attract elderly people. And one of the reasons that I placed it there is because Verdi doesn't have a public library or community center as well. And this whole area is surrounded by pine forests. When I started analyzing the plot more deeply, I understood that I need to put the entrance in the closest possible place to the bus stop for accessibility, more inclusive accessibility. And then I started analyzing the terrain, and I understood that the highest terrain point is in the middle of the plot. And if I wanted the building to overlook to the lake, I need to connect these 2 points to bring the building across the plot to be able to actually see the lake, because from the corner of the plot you don't have views to the lake because of the terrain. And here is more emotional terrain analysis. As you can see here, I gradually go up to the hill on this plot, and this picture is the inspiration where I wanted the final room of the building, the final path of the building to end with this view of the lake. And from this research, I dragged 3 key points for the building design. That is the continuation of the verticality of the plot, framed views to the lake, and I wanted to create secured trail through the forest for visually impaired or people in a wheelchair to be able to go through and feel the tactility, or see, if they can, then see the views. This is my master plan. The long, narrow building comes from the concept of the trail and the continuation going towards the lake that is located at this point. And this building has 4 entrances. Bottom 3 are for users, upper is for staff, and the main entrance is located in the southwest point, closest to the bus stop. These are the trail possibilities. The blue line is already existing trail that is going around the plot and ending at the lake, and 2 other trails can be walked through the building, one cutting short and the other one almost going to the end of the building, and all of them, they are meeting at the lake. My building is divided in 3 zones. The entrance part is where the library is located. It is an introduction and focus zone. There are no views to the lake, silent functions and no distractions. There you go to work or to learn. The orange one is the active communication zones. There are views to surroundings, to the forest. There are located cafe, meeting spaces, conversation spaces. You can host a concert or a movie night there and communicate and meet people. And the green is the contemplation zone. These 3 places, 2 terraces and the end place, has the direct view to the lake, and it is relaxation. And at the end of the building, there is a meditation space. And here you can see the difference between 3 spaces. The first one is from the learning zone, the library. No direct views to the outside. You concentrate on yourself, and there are also skylights in the library to provide necessary lighting without glare. The second one is the terrace for the cafe, active zone, communication zone, children running, people sitting, eating, communicating. And the third one is the meditation zone where you are with yourself. You look through the window if you can see, or you just enjoy the calmness and enjoy the silence. And Here I listed phenomena for each people that I create this building. And for example, for visually impaired, the phenomena would be tactile design, light design, informative panels, one movement, access, audio and braille libraries, audio events for community. And for example, people for a wheelchair, it will be the access to every part of the building, thought through width parameters, trail through the forest, view, sound, sense, and diverse library and meeting spaces. And here you can see more in-depth plan about help for users in my plan. There are inside guidance lines for visually impaired, inside help buttons. If someone needs help, you can press them. Outside sound emitting devices, they are placed to guide visually impaired people from the connection point that is either parking or bus stop to the entrance to the building or to the lake, which are those main focal points of this project. And that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Santa. The reviewer of Santa's thesis was Liena Šiliņa, and she gave some positive qualities. The research topic aligns well with this year overarching theme of Risaba FAD, which is blind spot. It brings attention and added value to a part of society that is often overlooked. The chosen case studies and literature sources are thoroughly analyzed, contributing significantly to the construction of arguments in the author's research. The disadvantages, the author could enhance clarity by avoiding overly long sentence and placing more emphasis on structuring the work. The incorporation of additional chapters and sub-chapters would facilitate better understanding for both readers and the author. And the practical part, positive qualities. The project concept highlights essential necessity for inclusive spaces in the architecture of public buildings in Latvia. The understanding idea is exceptionally clear and well-founded. And the disadvantages, the site plan, including the parking area, exhibits poor resolution and requires improvement. Certain drawings, like the section, raise questions about the author's understanding of the fundamental construction principles of the building. Thank you. Now questions from the viewer.
Should I read them? Could the author provide further elaboration on the idea? The aim is to bring people closer to themselves through the environment around. While discussions in architecture often focus on how spaces can bring diverse social groups together, what specific means or design elements could be used for enabling individuals to forge a deeper connection with themselves through the surrounding environment? This is what I've read of the phenomenology. The first thing that is the most obvious is the meditation area, meditation zone provided for the users, and the terraces that go outside of the building. And in those terraces, either you can enjoy the views or the smells or the sounds or just the weather. And this third part of my building, that is the relaxation and meditation zone, is meant for people to be for themselves, with themselves, and more get to know themselves. That's why I have 3 parts of my building. The second one, the chosen site being sparsely populated and situated at a distance from the Riga city center, raises questions. Considering the availability of numerous vacant plots in both the city center and other neighborhoods in Riga, were alternative sites considered for the project? What were the specific reasons for selecting this particular site? So there were alternative sites considered, but the first explanation is emotional, because what I read in phenomenology,
chapters that I arrived at the site, and it was emotional choice for the first reasoning, that I really enjoyed being there, and I really got this connection with the site and the surroundings, that they are really close to the city center, but they give this added detail of the greenery and the surroundment. Just a great, great place. The second is that I needed to take into account what the actual area needs, and BArch doesn't have a public library or community center, so I thought this project would be a great for the liveliness of the place, because for now it's only living private houses for most parts. And the third one is I wanted people to feel maybe a bit heterotopia, that they would be dragged outside of the city to, for example, enjoy the coffee here, or just sitting on the terrace if there's a good weather, or attend a concert or a seminar or workshop that they just want with their families or alone, and they just do something else than being in a city. And for the last years, it's a common thing for, I think, in Latvia, that we go outside the city because of previous pandemic and everything. And yeah, that's why. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, time for comments. Yes, please, Linda or Andris or Gunta.
Thank you, Santa, for presentation. It's looks very contemporary and stylish architecture, how to say. But I have just some small questions. You made a very long facade, and it seems that the idea was to make people more space for looking to a lake, because it's parallel to the lake coast, yes? Mm-hmm. And you create a very long corridor along the lake coast. And from that side, it's clear. But as you said, all these functional rooms, or a library and these different other functions, are oriented mostly not to the lake, but to the courtyard. And my question is, can you a little bit argue why you do so long building, which is different to let's say, speak about some energy saving systems, because it's very long facade. It's very let's say a longer perimeter to energy go out, or to save energy. It's difficult because it's very long. And at the same time, you didn't orient it mostly building to the lake. You make a long facade to show the lake, but functions are mostly on the other side. Mm-hmm. Can you explain very shortly why you do this way of architecture?
Yeah, okay. So the first reason is just the plot's shape. It is shaped like this, and to make it more to the lake, I would need to create like a letter E, and like here, like here, like here, like to have those views. And I preferred to have the more simple access of accessibility. If the people are visually impaired, it would just be easier if they go inside here, they go outside also there, or they come out that way. But they know that if they go back, they will always begin at the start where they began, so they don't have to turn corners a lot. That was one of the reasons. And why it's perpendicular to the lake, not along again, because I wanted to create this space that is the reward, that is the place where you are with yourself and that you can enjoy the view. Because if I would like put these functions somewhere here, they are
the zoning is communication and meeting, and people would be connected with themselves, and they wouldn't appreciate the view that is there, and that's why.
The communication space is corridor.
Like this part, the communication and active zones, because there are terraces, seminar rooms.
And the coffee, where
meetings.
the coffee is?
Here.
Here in the corner.
Yeah.
Nice.
Here I come from Riga for the coffee.
Not to see the sea,
Not
that they like.
And there are views to the forest,
Yeah.
and here again to the forest.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the explanation.
Thank you for the presentation. Interesting project and very interesting topic. And I think it's very good done together both parts, A and B, because the chosen topic about the accessibility is implemented also in part B. So thank you for that. Couple of questions. One is about also what Andris already asked, but this is the region where mainly there are only private houses, which are like two-slope roofs and pretty nice and on big plots. And you are choosing very long and pretty flat, I would say, the volume of the building. So did you thought about some differences, or it's just proposed to be absolutely different from existing building types in a neighborhood? Mm-hmm. That's one question. And the second is actually about the accessibility, because one is you are speaking about people with blind people, but the second is about if accessibility, so I guess one of the first thing is about people in wheelchairs. So how they can access the lake, for example, from meditation area, and so because I didn't saw some elevators or slopes. Mm-hmm. As I see it, it's only possibility for them is go from the very beginning, from the upper part on just the trail, existing trail. Mm-hmm. Or just correct me. Thank you.
Yeah, here for the both terraces there are stairs.
I'm speaking about the wheelchair.
And here is the wheelchair elevator.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
And about the volume?
And about the volume, actually, right here to this side there is volume that is quite similar to this one for the roof shape. It's multiple volumes, like together put like cubes with flat roofs. So here there are more residential buildings, but around the lake there is some new project in thought, and they are building more contemporary. But I wasn't thinking about like connecting to buildings that are far apart. I was more concerned about what this building gives the feeling in the plot, and I really wanted to accentuate that it wraps around the terrain. So to do that, I needed to have very simple outside of the building to just really accentuate the like snake wrapping around the terrain and creating this pathway through this dense forest.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I would also extend my questions towards the general plan. I do need some explanation and maybe some thoughts. For example, have you thought about the connection to the lake? Because as we do see, there's just a trail and a pathway towards that, and I would really suggest to explain more about it, and also about the lower part and the south part of the, yes, there's a building and the terrain goes straight up. There's some kind of no-name space between that, and also those terraces, why they're extended like that, and what happens underneath the building. And have you thought about the maintenance of the roof choosing this form, probably some, I don't know, energy saving something, because the volume is really in the pine forest, and we do know that it needs a lot of maintenance. So there's a lot of questions about that.
Yeah, so for the first thing about the path to the lake, so this path actually outside of the borders is existing path because people have made it to go there because you can access the water and they already made it. And I was thinking about creating some kind of pillar structure that goes onto the lake, but I was really afraid because I was reading legal documents for this plot, and this is the from here, from this line somewhere here, you cannot build anything because it's protected with the Geo Latvia thing.
You can build some boat piers or something.
This lake is for bird nesting.
Yeah.
It's like reservoir.
Yeah, and it was I couldn't do that. I wanted. Yeah, it is, and it extends a bit further than the lake. So
Sometimes it's 20 meters.
yeah, but for here it was quite small. It extended like almost to this line, but for further these plots it was more deeper. But for this plot it was smaller. So that's why I didn't put anything there. And the second question was about this no-name space.
Yeah.
About here.
Yeah, there's some really how to say
Under the terrain,
under the terrain something. Yes.
It's meant to like be inside of the terrain. Maybe I didn't put the model quite
And
good.
also that extension.
Yeah, the extension
What happens there on the slope? Nothing.
here.
Yeah.
There you can actually go underneath there because there are 3 or 4 meters, I think, but I just didn't define the function under there. I just didn't define because people can go there, bring their own chairs, or sit there, or listen to music. I don't know. I just didn't define that space. It is a possibility for the space, but I didn't define it.
And what about the roofs?
It was initially planned to have sloped roofs like these, like throughout the building, but I put the sloped roofs only here for the skylight matter, so it follows the sun path, and the skylights are bringing in some light actually from being the pine trees so densely around. But for the actual building, I just thought that it would be more, how to explain, less contrasting with the surroundings, because the plot has this really great feature of verticality, that there are hills, the trees are really vertical, as you can see, and I just thought different shapes or different slopes would kind of clash together with this majestic verticality that I wanted to create, and that this roof is the most subtle to put in this perspective.
Thank you, Santa, for the project, for the developed project and interesting conceptual approach. I think this all the questions were leading to the same direction, sort of, and you felt it too, because there's maybe, how I formulated at least, is the link missing between the building and the plot and the water, right? Mm-hmm. Because all the main things and the concept is there, and I really appreciate the central approach, how you try to understand and actually fell almost in love with the plot and with the view. Maybe it feels that it's something is a bit missing with the connection. It's difficult to define, I think, as well for us. That's why there is so many leading questions. but not to focus on that, I have one specific comment and one question. The question is for how many people or how big events your building is designed for hosting.
So the everyday, I can start with everyday use or just for the
Yes,
events?
please.
For everyday use, it is meant, is just the library and cafe that is everyday use. It's meant for 50 to 70 people at the time, at one sitting. And for the events, it could go as high as 200 because of the available outdoor space if the weather is okay. If not, then this space seats around 50 people as well.
Okay, thank you. And just a comment, what I was a bit of, going together with the comment, what Liana gave you about the first point. I think what you could more emphasize is this the senses, how actually visitors will connect with the building, and I think what you could more emphasize is materiality, because I know from the process that actually you worked and investigated it a lot, the inner materials and the wood, and you could just more emphasize this, actually the connection, the senses, the sensual feeling, how people will engage and live in the building, right? Because that was one of the essential things, which I can see a bit in the visualization. I could imagine how I could sit there and maybe meditate, but actually the feeling, the materiality, and the wood outside, inside, you know, this could be more somehow maybe visualized. But that's just a comment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. To divide my comments in two parts regarding the research and the investigation and the to design a building that meets all these different functions and can be experienced from everybody, to somebody that's completely healthy versus someone that is blind, is a very difficult task. But I think the research that you did and you investigated is very good. I think the thing that we're noticing here, or the thing that maybe causes the problem, is when we have a specific shape that is actually in one sense very intriguing, as almost as a piece of art, right? As this very interesting linear object that's penetrating through this site with this, as you said, this fantastic view when you have arrived. So I understand this idea of sequencing and these different experiences on the left and the right, into views into the forest, terraces. You walk off of this linear path until you arrive at the very end. But then two things. One is when you arrive at the end, I think it should be for many more people. Perhaps it's like an auditorium with a glass wall where actually a lot of people can enjoy that. And rather than having the cafe at this end, that is the place where you can actually enjoy, and that's your reason for leaving the city, to celebrate that. And the second thing is, if you have a shape that has a very strong form and style to it, when you start thinking about your site, you have to have this, the shape needs to conform to the questions of the site. You know, and that's why the questions came up about why, you know, why do you have, you know, maybe 10 linear square meters towards the lake and then all those other linear square meters? I mean, you did answer that. It's not actually looking into a parking lot, it's looking into the forest, right?
Yeah.
But then you would have to show more of those images from the inside out, showing that at each station you are actually capturing those. And you have shown some of those, but maybe more of that. But I think the thing here to consider and to learn is to understand is that an idea for shape set onto a site that in one sense has to compromise its own identity to what the site is asking it to do. So then perhaps that linear form has folds that actually it does actually turn and weave its way so that you do get those views to the lake, rather than it being so perpendicular to that one beautiful view that you do actually experience at the very end. So I think that's the thing here to take into account. I mean, I think it's valid to say that if a community doesn't have a library or a community center, that your argument to place a building or to have a facility like that for BArch. I know BArch has a huge school, that with a lot of investment that they had in creating a school, but if they don't have a community center or a public library or community center like that, then that could be a valid reason. But and also you mentioned about leaving the city. Well, if you're leaving the city, then you have to really make sure that those that leave the city are going to experience a place to get away, that they're going to, the maximum amount of people can get that view. And perhaps the meditation place is somewhere along the way, you know, but that as they say, that $1 million view is opened up for a larger group of people. And lastly, the idea that you investigated about the phenomenological aspects of how space and buildings affect us is a very valid thing in the spatial design of a building, but we have to make sure that the actual shape doesn't control those decisions. Okay. That's it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Ole. I'm taking your place while you were traveling. Hello. The weather is
Not the right word for a plane, I hope. I hope we land. Well, anyway, we're glad you're here. And one thing to say, please, we have a place for you
not only because he ran it, but he was sitting inside the plane with cabin service. He had some problems with engines, and it didn't work. It was quite something.
You're here.
Yeah.
I know you're here.
This, but the weather too, I mean, it's kind of, yeah. That's how it is. What side are you from? Six?
Now will be this.
Okay.
And this is A3 panels. And this is Bachelor. This is
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, this is, so Ole, we have one more presentation now for the break. Yes.
So we can start.
We can start. Okay.
Nadine,
Yes. Yeah, my name is Nadina, and my focus has been on this research, sustainable social housing, enhancing the longevity through the adaptive living spaces. This presentation will go into A part as well as B part. A part looking into research, question, housing situation, and case studies, as well as B part, location, design, and rule set. So my main research question is how can integration of adaptive living spaces in social housing projects be designed to implement and to address growing needs of residents, enhancing overall sustainability. So I looked at necessity for social housing as a whole, then how adaptive living spaces contribute to overall sustainability, as well as benefits and drawbacks of flexible design, and how design elements can be incorporated to ensure the adaptability, and as well as how the impact of overall appearance of neighborhoods and buildings leaves the residents' freedom to do themselves. So, and cost-effective construction approach also is something I looked into. So let's look into the current housing system and various challenges that we're currently facing. So Latvia is currently facing poor housing quality, a lot of apartment buildings, especially the Soviet, as well as overcrowding. The main problem with the current system is that it supports very low-income households and households with enough money to afford mortgages, but there's 52% of Latvian total population that are kind of like this middle gap that doesn't get any help. This encouraged this investigation of new approaches and ideas. So I looked at case studies. One of my projects is Asbau House, which is in Berlin. It's kind of under one name, but it's two projects, very similar in main idea, but have some differences. So here you can see the house plans. Both projects offer the column-free apartment, allowing for adaptable interior spaces. Also, both projects include subsidized apartments. Apartments are quite large. On those projects is 142 square meters, and here is the maximum is 130 square meters, which is quite large spaces. So one of the projects looks more into the project offers apartments in different stages of the building process and fulfilling different temporal and economic wishes of their owners, and does not have any effects on the building as whole. This project more focuses on the lifespan of each building element and its ability to be replaced when there's a need to do so. So each interior walls has less lifespan, structure have longer lifespan. So yeah. Then I looked also at Half a House Chile, which is a very known project, which is designed by Elemental. It's traditional row house pretty much, but it has a void which can be filled by its residents, and therefore architectural firm gave half of Gunta house and other half was for residents to kind of add on. So you can see interiors, how they get and how they have designed over time. The benefits of this approach is adaptability and sustainability, as well as giving home ownership to people that we usually wouldn't get it. But that's not all good. It wasn't all maybe so. It is a successful project, but it had some drawbacks because people started to expand places there that they shouldn't. As also can be seen here, they're starting to build it on top in the gardens, and that's something that they didn't have any formal governance to really look into this. Yeah. And another problem was the community was very large, so it was harder to overlook the processes and control, like have this community sense. So, and therefore there was inner community that actually fostered much better behavior from the residents, as well as better connection. So therefore, I have researched the smaller community sizes foster sense of connection and collaboration among the residents. Another project I looked into is in Paris, which is 23 dwellings. It's not built project, but it's conceptual. But this project really strikes the balance between individual expression as well as maintaining this cohesive architectural appearance. So to attempt to solve the problem mentioned before, I offer adaptive living spaces. My site is located in Saldus, which is 1 hour and 20-minute drive from Riga. Site is in the orange dot shows the site, and the larger circle shows the 50-minute walk from the right center of the Saldus. Here is a little closer look. We can see that there's a lot of schools around, shops, and sport activities. So it's a great place for social housing because it really has everything in a walking distance from the site. So the site is currently have an old foundation from the building was finished, but there is old foundation laying there, rotting. So, and also you can mark here, it's used heavily, but I will show in next picture. Actually, the site has been used as a path very heavily. People are crossing from apartments buildings to the gym, to the swimming pool. And it also has very nice pond and facing this way. So here is my proposed site plan for this. So I kept the actual paths that people tend to use because it's proven that this actually is the best way because people don't like to change the things they are used to. And yeah, have offered the parking lots, kept the greenery. The main idea is that municipality and the residents work together in order to give this social house that can be adapted to the needs of its residents. Municipality provides the framework, which is shown here. And framework is built from CLT panels, which from the research found that reduce planning and construction time. How they are actually connected. So I use two types of connections. Upper one is the one which gives you this nice edge, but it has less spans between the columns. But then I used for the inner columns or the middle part, I used this other connection, which is like a spider connection that allows for larger spans between the columns and larger space between the columns. Building have technical shafts. All apartments are connected by 3 technical shafts. This is some similar approach to Bauhaus project. There's a circulation and the shared spaces. So we have technical shafts I talked about, vertical circulation lifts as well as stairs. Shared spaces, we have kitchen, storage, laundry room, and we have shared spaces here, playground, and here would be like a garden for the community. Or if they choose, they can actually switch depending on their needs. And also horizontal circulation, which kind of takes you to each apartment from down here from stairs to each apartments. So yeah, so we have 3 types of apartments. We have a smaller, middle size, and the larger apartment. I know it sounds large apartment, 145 square meters, but it doesn't have to be, as I will also maybe explain more. But these apartments are, this is the maximum number you can get out of it. So yeah, you get, when you first come to each apartment, you get a core, and this core is provided by the municipality, and the person extends the way they feel around the core. So the space can be added and subtracted the rooms based on the needs. And here is maybe better to show how actually person living in there, raising the family and getting larger, can actually extend each apartment. First they move in, later they have 1 kid, 2 kids, and maybe 3 kids, and they can extend their own apartment. So yeah, here is the first floor shown as what's given and how it could look in a year time. And here is the visualization. Here is the rule set. I have a color palette provided to not make any mishmashy colors in the facade. Also, 1 square has to be left for outdoor space, and the windows and frames have to be matte black color. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the reviewer of Nadine's thesis was Jonas Buchel, and he gave positive qualities for the theoretical part. The planning approval pre-research process, the entire preliminary investigation was very thorough and reveals various weak points in the National Social Development Program from a technical perspective, and at the same time offers alternatives, albeit a little too timid. Some imperfections, Saldus, and even more detailed analysis of the local would have been very important. Why does Saldus have a shortage in housing? How is economic and general community development in Saldus? And about practical part, very strong design with a very socially demanding project. The choice of case studies offer argumentative and in design language a strong point of here a design concept. Sustainable and adaptive architecture concepts in Saldus central periphery are a very promising design plus very valuable field experiment. And imperfections, there is a lack of spatial integration into a good landscape concept. At the moment, the object, the architecture, is very singular in outer space, and there is a lack of more precise idea for the object environment. Thank you.
Okay. So I got reviewers' questions. Based on also negative experience of Chilean project based likewise on many local Latvian experiences, how does candidate aim to guarantee or better foster social and neighborhood cohesion in the building? Which part of a presented design promotes the community of residents and users of the house? And the second one is the candidate could please explain variables and spatial usage concepts of a little more details. But I have prepared maybe a little more illustration here. So to ensure a better community or better community experience, I have this common kitchen, even though each apartment would have a bathroom and kitchenette, small kitchenette, but the main focus would be on this larger kitchen and community meals together, which is also proven to increase the sense of connection within the community. Even more they eat together, more they actually feel connected. And then also about the rooms that entire area of construction, new rooms, remaining space that is left can be either private or shared outdoor space where residents can connect as a community and do activities together. So whenever a person doesn't or leaves this space out for later or just leaves it out forever, they're creating this outdoor space that they can use how they would like and to connect and make even larger this, or they can actually even make private areas like this or private balconies that are not connected to common areas. And also here, maybe a bit more about common spaces. There is storage space, as I said, laundry room, which is commonly used, and here's maybe like a little bit more images of playground and how gardening would look like, and also how the building is actually connected to like each apartment, as well as the common areas. And yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nadine.
I'll let you come in first and then
Okay. Well, thank you very much for a very clear presentation. I think it's both clear in terms of the way you explain things and also your drawings. I think it's very easy to understand. There's a clarity about the whole project. So talking about clarity, I want to kind of challenge that a bit, maybe a bit too clear. I think it's a wonderful idea. You're saying that the municipality provides a structure, and then the different people can form their own apartments within it, which I think is a great idea. But did you, and also you're starting referring back to Corbusier, I realized, you're going to the framework.
Yeah.
But my question is, and you also have quite clearly demonstrated how the different departments can expand or even contract.
Yeah.
But did you ever feel like going even further, like creating greater terraces people can meet, and maybe on the ground floor, people in the parkland around it? Because here you have actually laid a foundation stone for somebody who stay there all life, from young to old. Yeah. And how did that was reflected in your design? The flexibility in terms of different ages and different groups, and also maybe even social groups. Do you feel the framework was a binder, or was it kind of limiting you, or did it kind of open up greater visions? How to answer your question?
Thank you for question. It could be maybe more challenge, but I believe that actually this community usually forms. I gave the structure or the main idea, and then the community can actually form itself, and that's why there was these terraces as well, which kind of, and what I was talking also, you're creating these communal spaces. You create. If you are more private, you can make it more private. If you want to connect with everyone, you can connect with everyone, and so I believe that. And about maybe communal spaces for maybe, and how elderly and maybe younger children could connect together. It's also these common spaces. Children are playing, and then maybe older people actually gardening and creating these.
I think you answered very well. Just one more question. I mean, you demonstrated how you can create the common spaces here, but although you have like a section with a flat roof and then it kind of slopes, but you have quite a big flat roof there, long one. Did you consider making like a common roof terrace, and people could use that and all meet there from different units?
To be honest, the main idea for the flat roof is to later, and which I have shown in, maybe not as clear, but it's shown in a little bit here, it's actually to have solar panels on the top. But about the terrace, so therefore it's, and because on the shape is sloped, because here, maybe it's a little low, but here it shows the slope is because of the sun. I wanted to each apartment to get as much as, for example, if a person wants to make a window here, to make as much sun possibly to entering. Therefore, it's like this slope.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for presentation. I do have some questions, probably extend the previous ones, we are always talking about the community. And what particular community are we talking about? Because when I do hear that the community will build together something, I imagine some kind of gated community, which is a sect or, I don't know, someone from the church or school or prison or whatever. So that's the first one.
Yeah, I will probably answer the first one. Actually, from the research, I find this middle gap that needs help. These are not very poor people, and these are maybe not as well-situated people. But this middle gap communities that, especially I think, focusing on the larger families, because this space can be extended, and it also can be large and it can be small, especially when children leave. I believe this would be like a family home for social home, but as a focus more on the families and growing families and new families, and yeah.
Well then, when we extend the question, how do you imagine these communities are making changes to their apartments? So at least I have counted 12, or how many? How many families are living there? 12, 14?
Yeah.
14. What are the elements they're using to build? Are there some kind of common elements, or do they have their own, I don't know, samples from bricks or whatever? And who is controlling how the building will look afterwards, and how it can meet the demands for the rules, which and so to say, think have the same as in Riga or whatever.
Yeah, I believe the rules are slippery, but the main focus was, but the main focus was because keeping the community smaller, and usually smaller communities kind of have this, looking out for their space better. But I know the concern. But the main focus to not go out of the building is that's why, each of the apartments have kind of, they cannot extend pretty much anywhere else than they shouldn't be able to really extend outside of the place, and they are giving this plot. But yeah, I do believe
you will be surprised how people are extending their houses, even in favelas. Well, then could you also explain a bit more about the general plan? Because when I see the building, I do imagine, okay, let's take, for example, they have their own apartment. Do they have their own some, I don't know, some space to grow some food, or what happens there? Because I do see some 6 cars and some playground element, and the path which is leading from some blue space, which is a lake or something.
Yeah.
What happens there?
Well, I didn't change much of the actual space, because it's, as I said, it's heavily used. I kept the whole paths pretty much the way they were. The trees also stays where they were, but I do have added parkings, because there's a problem from these usual problem from apartment buildings, that there's nowhere to park or no specific parking space. So I did provide parking space for apartments, as well as the playground. And the path that also crosses to its pond, and moving forward to apartment buildings that are even further. It's very heavily, actually, here is very heavy with apartment, Soviet time and apartment buildings there. So.
I have a lot of questions, but let's extend.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the topic because it's very actual, it's very necessary to speak about it, and it's very interesting and actual approach how to solve maybe social, municipal housing crisis, which is, we should use that word, crisis. So thank you for that, and thank you for also for implementing in your part B your ideas. That's very cool, really. And actually, I do not have questions, but maybe some comments, because I really understand what Linda asked about the community. And in my, yeah, and in just what I see, if you are saying that there will be living some families with kids, and so they only can live if they are in that religious sect in such an apartment, because family with kids with 1.8 meters long kitchen, which is like the smallest one possible, and then going downstairs to the communal kitchen. It's like in Soviet times when we lived in communal apartments, which means that very different people had to use together one kitchen and one toilet. Well, in this case, different toilets, of course. So it's good point to think what that community will be, because people who need that social housing are not like living together or thinking about living together. They still think about having their own apartment where they can close the door and be in their house, not to go somewhere outside to prepare meal and so they need that private, really usable area. Well, it's might be my opinion, of course. And that's also about that what Linda said about rules and how everyone will be very, very, very creative to make that facade of the building, especially in his or her apartment, or to make the common space of all the building, like staircase area and so on. So those are points you have to think. But otherwise, very, very good beginning for really necessary theme to speak about. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to comment something?
No, I was about to add, I understand that maybe this is not maybe straightforward housing that would work in if we just let's build it and put it there. But I think it's important to explore the ideas and maybe innovative ideas to actually try and somewhere go with the social housing, and as well as this viskali and housing, right, which is also something that's very similar in the concept, and it's coming into the Latvia, and we don't know if it's going to work or not, but I think it's good to experiment, and that's
what I'm saying. It's not,
yeah.
It's not something very bad. I'm just thinking
Yeah.
what else should be rethought about.
Yeah, definitely. That. Yeah.
Thank you. Just one more small question. Do you have a modulation of opposite direction, not only of growing of these flats or residences, but also making it smaller? Because one day children are growing up and then they're leaving, and you have a big residence which is not needed anymore. What's happened in these free spaces? How you can see this?
Yeah, basically I have thought about it, and that was the idea that you can add as well as subtract, but those spaces that you do subtract would become as these common areas or even more outdoor space, or they can even make, I don't know, if they decide to use 2 apartments and make a little room for office or something, they can also do that. And I think, yeah, it's about the community is important.
But this is also somebody need to pay for that, and somebody taking care of
Andris, I would answer instead of our student. It was, as I remember, it was a project almost 100 years ago. It's in 1920s, and it was designed especially for a closed community, so-called closed community, where you have the special apartment where you grow up as a kid, then you move to another apartment as a grown-up, and then you move further, and so your life cycle goes like that.
These are ready-made apartments. You are not going to build yourself. This is already, you have this possibility just to move.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Yeah, the thing that's difficult here, and it's not. You showed the case studies, so there's proof and evidence that this has been tested and it works, because those are examples where you showed us that people are doing this. The question is how to make that work here, right? Because in some of those countries, you may, like the one example you gave where you showed the building that was placed on top, these row houses, that was looked like it was like Mexico or Spain, and so it's a different climate. If it rains once in 6 months, you're happy. But here we have the situation of rain, snow, water, and so I like the idea of having a co-op that's flexible, and you add and subtract, and you have. And maybe in Latvia it would have to be based on modules, right? Because like I think about, okay, this at one point it's an interior space, and then 6 months later it's an outside terrace. Well, what about waterproofing? What about rain? So when we start thinking about all the technical things, it would be interesting to find out how they solve these questions in other countries, because the idea has been proven to work somewhere else, and the question is, how would you make it work here in Latvia? Because I think the idea is good, and so I have the same questions like everyone else. How do we solve that problem? However, regarding these co-op things, like for example, if you go like the Free Riga building, it's this 100-meter long building, right? And 120, and I've been there a couple of times, and I actually went to the co-op kitchen. So all of the offices and the people that are renting their spaces go to a co-op kitchen. There's a sort of unsaid code of ethics of who keeps what. After finishing use it, you clean it, and so there are examples in Latvia where this works. The question is how to appropriate that for not a complete building, because Free Riga has a roof and windows, and
it's old building reused.
Right, and so you're actually filling out spaces that are enclosed. Here, it looks like you have spaces that haven't decided whether they're enclosed or not, and this creates the interface problem and the staging problem of when you have to deal with weather and when the building actually has been closed and it's no longer an issue. So I think that we can't answer here, right? And it may not been a question for you to actually solve in a bachelor thesis, but these are really valid questions. So how do you think about this?
I have actually started to kind of solve some problems, for example, about this rainwater. Here's also showing the technical, but these columns are the thicker columns that actually is like inside would have this main structural column, but on the side there would have a piping, and the water pretty much that runs into here would go down here and run down the column. I know it's not completely like solving the everything, but I think that's something I did consider and try to.
Okay. Well, it's good that you thought about it, but obviously those are things that have to be so. Thank you for your presentation and for your proposal.
Thank you. That's it. How do I?
Okay. So we have completed 6 projects. There is 6. And so we will return at 2 o'clock to continue. So we're going to take a lunch break, and we have for our jury, we have lunch in the seminar room. For the rest of you, we will continue and resume at 2 o'clock sharp. So please be back in time. Thank you. Yes. But these are tough. How to solve it is tough. That's why have to be careful how we evaluate. Right, it's a tough job.
And those trees are very nice.
Yes. Oh yeah. That's great. Yeah.
No, I think it's very relevant, very interesting topic.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'm fine, right.
Yeah, very good, yes. Print that here? New printers? Or?
No, it's
okay.
by myself,
Okay.
not here.
Oh, just curious.
Yeah, how I need to...
We have 2 new printers.
And so, go here. So, hello everyone, my name is Alexandra and I would like to present my project regarding relevance of the natural and artificial light in art gallery and case study in Almaty. So first of all, I would like to explain why I choose Kazakhstan, Almaty, why I choose art gallery and why exactly this territory and area, Kazakhstan, because of my grandparents, they are from Kazakhstan and we have a lot of close relatives and friends who can help me to understand the culture more, and also it was really interesting for me to go deeper to the culture, especially from the architectural point of view. And why I choose art gallery? Because of I make an analysis and realized that in Almaty is a really bad situation with cultural centers, especially if we are talking about modern art gallery. And you can also see in a diagram here, it shows there is only 3 buildings, I can say, and one from them it's like a national library, but it looks like a shop because it's located on the 1st floor of the building. So yes, they are so small, not modern at all. That's why I decided to create some kind of building. And what about the location, Al-Farabi district? Why I choose that? Because it's the main avenue of the street, and it's connected with businesses and residential area of the center, and in the neighborhoods they're very modern and popular public spaces. For example, Nurlatau, theater, residential complex, and business centers, and so on. So it's the perfect place to build some kind of gallery because it will be visited not only by residents, but also by tourists and visitors of the Almaty and Kazakhstan. And the next slide is about my concept idea and this shigulu symbol, which means in Kazakhstan culture the sunlight, light, sunshine, sun rays, and it's a coordinate to my project which connected with light. And also for me it was important to embody the culture tradition of Kazakhstan through the symbol design of art gallery. And also I would like to combine this board with a question from my reviewer, which asked me how this symbol work through the urban context area. And I already told you that the surrounding area are full of interesting buildings with strong straight shapes, and as well as Al-Farabi street, it's a really busy street. And I would like to create place for locals and visitors. They can feel absolutely free and comfortable there. They can come and just walk and enjoy the view, because here you can see that will be the mountains and the view will be stunning and amazing. And also they can come for exhibition, they can just gather together, they can do whatever they want to do and feel to do.
And that's why I would like to create organic shape and not forget about the connection with Kazakhstan culture. And I was inspired by this Shigula symbol. The next one, let's start with master plan design. And you can see here that their main building is art gallery, located here. Also the fountain, seating and rest area, and also this area for walking, and this territory long zone, it can be used for sculptural exhibition in warm time, maybe not only in a warm time. And what else interesting, the entrance to the gallery is directly from the road, which is located here, and it will be comfortable for pedestrians who will by bus or by walk, and it will be comfortable for car drivers, because here the parking is located. And next one, I would like to show you the zoning plan, and there are 4 main zoning. The first one is for free movement area, where is located a receptions area, wardrobe, rest area. The second one is yellow one for staff and administrations. The green one is for exhibitions, and the fourth one is red one. It's the most interesting for me because I would like to create some areas for visitors and for local artists. They can come there and they can create some crazy things. They can create something. There are located some lectures hall, paintings room, drawings room, and so on. So yes, while the visitors can have the opportunity who just came to the exhibition, they will meet in one place and they will see how masterpieces are created. And here you can see the plans in the more details. And I would like to mention that I thought about disabled people, and you can see here and here will be the elevator if they need to go upstairs, and also they will have like here and here on the second and on the first floor toilet for disabled people. And regarding to my concept about sunlight, here you can see a diagram of how the sun moves across the territory of the building, this one, and which explains the exact location of the gallery, and the best, it is the best location of our territory, since the sun will be evenly distributed through the building through the day, and stunning view will open up for visitors at sunrise and sunshine. And here you can see the sun DL diagram, which explain us how many sun hours will be in per the year. And the most part, of course, will be in the summertime, and how we know that direct sunlight can destroy and spoil the art objects. And here also a really good diagram which explain us that in Almaty there is no a lot of direct light because of the it's a really cloudy how to say it's a really cloudy place, and there is not so much direct light through the day. But anyway, I created some kind of tinted glass window and tinted glass opening in the roof, which will prevent direct sunlight, and it will spread around, not to spoil the masterpieces. And here you can see how light goes through the building, and you can see where the windows is located. What is really interesting, on the first floor, I created in the showroom these narrow windows, but on the second floor showroom is here, and there is no windows because I create these kind of openings in the room, in the roof, tinted, of course, opening glass opening to to create different atmosphere in these two floors. And also, this board I would like to combine with the second question from my reviewer regarding how my theoretical part helps me to design my project and how I need to explain it with one diagram from this board. And I would like to choose this one because which provides natural light from the roof, and it helps to create calm and comfortable atmosphere because it's spread around, and for human it will be comfortable to be there in a day. And also I created this spot direction light to the art objects. In a daylight it will work absolutely different than in an evening. For example, and in evening time there will be only spotlight, and atmosphere for the visitors will be different. They're more intense because there will be only several accents in the dark, like in the art pieces. So with the help of light you can create any atmosphere in the building. And here you can see and deep down more into details, and I would like to explain and to say a few words about the glass canopy, this one, about the smaller part of the gallery, which provides different interesting combination between shadow and lights, and it was created for the exterior experience, a feeling about the building. So I hope I managed to design which will influence people who will visit this place with light and architectural approach. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexandra. And the reviewer of Alexandra's thesis was Francisco Martinez. And the positive qualities of theoretical part are relevance of the topic, and the thesis stands out for its relevance, especially in the originality of an architect delving into the intricacies of artificial light. It addresses a topic that is often overlooked but proves crucial in the architectural realm. The disadvantages mentioned limited construction from site analysis. The site analysis for plot selection is intriguing and well executed, yet it lacks the extraction of conclusive design principles from this analysis. Integrating design principles derived from the site analysis would strengthen to contextual relationships. And about part B, practical part, the positive qualities is expressive building volumetry, a strategic use of natural daylight, poetic conceptual approach, and the imperfections, visualizations, models and sections predominantly feature nature and landscape elements rather than accurately portraying the urban built environment. Thank you. And now you can answer for viewers' questions.
Yes, but I already answered.
You already answered.
Yes, I already answered, and I can repeat. The first one was regarding how my theoretical part influenced in my design process, and I choose this. Do I need to repeat or?
I think we don't need to repeat. Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Now the jury comments.
Who wants to start? Well, Ole, you want to start off, please?
Okay, thank you. I find this fascinating. I think you've done a very good job. And I think it's, when I read the title of your project, it is in fact the relevance of natural and artificial light in architecture. But you didn't tell me in the title that you designed also a new building.
Sorry?
You also designed a new gallery.
Design in the gallery?
Yeah.
You designed a new...
You designed a new gallery.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're very modest. You said you're just talking about the light, but in fact you did the design of the whole building. Yeah. You're a very modest person. Anyway, but I think it's a fascinating what you've done. And do I understand it right that north is looking up this way? Is this north?
Which way is north?
Which way is north?
Where is? And here, like this.
If you look at the site plan, have you got a site plan?
Okay, so it's this way. This is north, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering because I think, first of all, I think you've done some fascinating shapes. You created an interesting gallery, but you're still focusing on the light and the aspects of light, both artificial light and natural light. But if you're thinking about the movement of the sun, when you have the angled glass up here, this bit, if it was going this way, I would understand it, because then it was north facing, because you wouldn't have any sunlight or any. But if you have it like this, you will catch a lot of sunlight, right?
Yes.
But is that deliberate? Yeah. So then, how do you deal with the sunlight then?
And you mean how I deal inside the building?
Yeah.
How do you control it?
How do you control it? Because when if you have focus this way, you wouldn't have such a big problem. If you're like this, then you have to control the sunlight, both glare and too much light.
Yeah.
Were you working on that, or were you more fascinated by the artificial lighting?
No, of course it was with combine of natural and artificial light.
Yeah.
I explained you why I choose exactly this location, because sun will go from this way to this way, and the direction, the sunlight will go like here to here.
Right.
And it will the best position for the gallery, I suppose.
Yeah.
Not like in 90 degrees, or because we will use all rooms. It will be different light inside the building, and of course I thought about artificial light, not only the natural light, because I would like to create different atmosphere in different room with the help of playing with different light and different direction of light.
But then you talk mainly about artificial light.
Not only artificial, but also about natural, because, for example, how I already told you, on the first floor there will be some small windows, but on the second floor it's a
No windows.
concrete wall without windows.
Yeah.
You will have these roof openings, and it will provide absolutely different light at the same time on the first floor and on the second floor.
I think it's a very interesting point of departure, and I understand it's also this symbol, it's the ray of light.
Yes.
So that's actually was the basis, the main concept for developing the building.
Yeah.
And I also think it's fascinating because as architects, we are told these days, you shouldn't use too much artificial light. We should base our buildings on natural light to save energy, right? But what you've done, you've taken on the gallery, which normally has kind of permanent lighting to bring out the best of the sculptures or the paintings. But what you've done, you're saying that I want to create different atmosphere using LED lighting, creating different atmosphere depending on what's going on. So it's quite an unusual point of departure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to have some more explanation on the general plan about all the structures. We have different structures and probably some general idea about using the rectangular shape. We do see the image of the ray of light in the main building, and probably you can tell a bit more. And also about the main gallery, we do have a strong shape outside. But what I see inside is, I think maybe you could explain how you imagine, the contrast between the outside, the shape and the inside, because the inside doesn't reflect what happens outside. Probably I don't see any image, and for me it's a bit different.
I see,
But what about the inside territory? I thought that it has to be convenient for everyone, because I do the circulation and I don't add it here because it's too simple, and inside the building you have to go whatever you want and it has to be clear. And that's why maybe the shape inside looks like really not organic like outside. But I hope that with the help of the art objects, it will looks differently, especially with some light direction. It will look absolutely different, not like that. Maybe I need to give more like specific about this. But I think these plan zones, they really works together with the outside, and it's like a continuum. When you see this building, you go inside and everything works together. And the next question I forgot.
The next question was about general plan,
Yes.
how all the structures fit together, because now they seem a bit like scarce elements, so probably something more. And also, could you extend your answer on the structure of the building, because we don't see anything more specific, what it's made of.
I would like to create it with concrete and metal frame, of course. It's the clear one to create this building. And what about the master plan? I would like to create that this part of Followats, they are too like an art objects too. The rest area, sitting area, and this entrance area, they're like, it's like a journey. You go and you see different objects of one big art territory.
What happens outside of the circle?
You can walk around, you can gather, you can just walk around and to see a beautiful view, to inspire and also I already told you that in this zone it can be used also for some extraordinary exhibition, like sculptural exhibitions and so on. There also can be some master classes in the warm time. Yes. So it's the place for people who love creativity and they want to create together and to do it.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I really appreciate the both theoretical part and very expressive volume in a part B, because really to think from the very beginnings about the light, both natural and artificial, it's very necessary, and you did it really good. Just wanted to ask maybe deeper, if you can, of course, answer the question about the light and the volume you created, because I understand that the sign or that, yes, the sign about the ray of light you are using for your plan. And then there is this volume with the skylights, which are working as a lighting for internal spaces, and there are also options for the artificial lighting in each particular room, which is very correct and good. But what about the structure which is covering that lowest part of the gallery? Is there some function for that, for this bridge or arch, or I don't know how to say that how to call that structure? Yes. Is there some specific function, or maybe I don't know, against or for the sunlight or natural light, or it's like just architectural expression?
It's both. I can say that it's for the exterior experience and influence, and it's also in the winter time or in the rainy can be used protection like some kind of rain, snow, and so on. You can be there. If it's a warm day, you can hide here in the shadow. So it's both, and of course it has to be here because it's create this kind of volume, different shapes, and yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know what to say because I also had this the same questions what Gunta asked, because I see very many elements which are nicely designed, these amphitheaters and these arches and the different forms, and for me a little bit difficult to understand this functionality of these things. These are very nice, very big and very expressive, but do they have any function? Or this is very expensive things. And if you just play with the forms, just like an architect wanted to express something, then it must be somehow argued. Or do you have so much people to sit in this Greek amphitheater and playing the, I don't know. Is it? Yeah. Is it working in Almaty? There is a climate for that, like in Greek and so.
I can think so.
No.
Yeah.
Are you from Almaty?
No.
No.
No, I'm not. And my grandparents, they are not, but they moved after war, and they live there, but they are not Kazakh.
There are lots of people are going outside of their residences and gathering together and spending time in a free area. And
I think it's a good place where they can go and gather together, not to meet in a cafe or something like that. They can meet there, they can visit exhibition, they can inspire yourself, communicate with each other. So I think this place can be a work for gathering too.
very good. Then it has this functionality enough in your mind, in your understanding.
Yeah.
Also for this arch.
Yes, I think so.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I just wanted to start first by saying I really think your choice of rendering and representation is really good. They're beautiful drawings, particularly when you had them blown up here on the screen. The way you used the tonality and the shadows and the overall expression of the building and the choice how to show that is really nice. Also want to say that, you know, doing a composition of different volumes and actually being able to compose them and arrange them so that it looks like it's been actually designed and nicely arranged. You have done that very successfully here on, if we look at it just purely as a composition. And actually that's a very good thing to be able to do, to even start with a project. And so this is really nice. I also appreciate the fact that you made decisions about not putting windows in areas, because museums typically don't need windows unless the light's coming from above, you know, to have a diffused light. And I think so those choices that you showed, that there's no windows here, and you're using that, I understand it, and please confirm that. I understand that the central space has light from above to light the central part of the space, and along the perimeter you have the spot lighting and the art lighting where that direct sunlight is not actually functioning. Yeah, and if that's the case, I think that's also successful. Now your reviewer made a comment about context, urban context, and I understand that this building is at the edge of the city because you show green and there's no buildings beyond, right? So after that, the mountain ranges open up. Yeah. To your benefit, I've been to Almaty and I lived in Kazakhstan for a year and a half, and when I think about those two places, these type of dynamic forms with strong geometries is quite actually contextual to Kazakhstan, though it might not necessarily be contextual to the actual urban fabric where this building is next to it. This type of site layouts I've seen, and whether good or bad or successful or not is another question. Some aren't so good. Like there are problems with Astana's very strong geometries, but this is different because you don't have these like strong radial geometries. This is like a composition of elements that create spaces in between. So I had one other comment. 1 second here. Also, I wanted to say that, in one sense, yeah, that's it. Your building was sort of like, in one sense, responding to actually the vista that opens up to the mountains there. And I know from Almaty, that's what you see. You see the mountains, and so I think in that sense, this expressive shape makes sense, being on the edge of the city. If it was maybe in the center of Almaty's grid and everything, maybe it wouldn't be correct. But since it's on this green area that opens up to the mountains, I think it works. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Sveiki, hello. My name is Alice, and today I will present you my bachelor thesis, which is on the topic of the notion of architectural space and cars with the aesthetic perception. So, the perception of design regarding architecture and cars is significantly impacted our past century, and the stereotype of both architecture and car world has a strong influence on its design. And as the automobile serves the symbolic stance with the mobility and power aspect, it is a concrete object that creates new complexity and contradictions in the in the environment. With the global and local context, the art of living now more than ever stands on the question of future. But I do believe that culture will exist, even though the cars will take a different outlook in the urban environment. And I strongly have this affection of cars, and that it's more than a journey from point A to B. It's also a power of speed, power of beauty. It has this aesthetic quality, and that holds in our memories. And it's not only the functional part, but also the poetic belief. And in my theoretical research part, I focused on the view from the car and the symbolic stance that it has. So I analyzed a few of quite outstanding researches and books that has significance in the history throughout, and looked at the image from the car and also what kind of architecture does the symbolic power. And I chose quite specifically case studies that talk about the influence of car design into architecture, also, both having the car as an inspiration and also architecture that is made for cars. And each of these case studies have this monolithic power and are quite well known. And sometimes the connection is quite literal. You can see like spatial effects from the car, or sometimes it's only material choice, or only a concept idea that just have stuck throughout the architecture. So analyzing all this, I understood that it has a lot of like small points that we can look at, and it's truly not about only the car. It's the whole movement of people. It's the spatial and visual elements that both architecture and car create together, and they both speak about spatial experience. Either it's in space that is closed, or the movement in the urban context. So I made like my main collages that influenced the design choices I made later developing this project itself, and they all have different like points that I speak about. I speak about the emotion that car has, the view, the senses that it also gives, the speed, and the physicality of an object. So the aim of my visual project is to develop a statement of architecture and cars together, and to create a collaborative zone in Riga city for cars and architecture to create this collaboration and to work as a symbol of power. So I chose to place to work in Rumbula airfield, which is in the Riga city center. Not quite in the city center, but still quite close. So this is the map of Rumbula airfield that is 2 kilometers long and has very specific lines and this open wide space that is now a detached zone that is left just for illegal car activity. And throughout history it is quite symbolic and powerful place because for a lot of car enthusiasts it is a place where they bought their first cars, or they just drive on the track and spend time there. And around this Rumble airfield, there's auto shops, there is auto graveyard, a lot of industrial businesses, and it's quite, it speaks to the car activity itself. And so this whole lineal space of Rumble airfield is my main concept to develop the elements that I will talk about later. And it's the idea is to work with scale and proportion, and as the focal point, it would be the track itself. And to speak with the car activity, the car track or the airfield track before would be left as it is for car activity, and then next to it would be my three main objects: the tower, path, and gallery. The tower is the sense of mass that provides the change of perspective to see the views from above. Then the path, it's a sense of motion that connects the tower and gallery space, and it's a reference to being up close to a motion that the car provides. And the gallery is a sense of space. It is the connection between education and architecture and how it all kind of comes together. So this is the bird's eye view of the site development that also connects to the Dauga River, because the space is quite unique, having the Dauga River quite close, and with this connection and the pier, you can also see the panoramic view of the river. So here is the master plan, and so yeah, as I said, mainly worked with the track and placed the three main figures kind of in the middle. And this like road here is a connection road connecting to the main streets that you can ride around the whole space, because it's quite long, 2 kilometers. And the tower structure is right there, the gallery is here, and the path connects both of them. And at the end here is parking for the gallery, but on that side there's also parking more for the tower, but just in general, and also a car meeting point, because it's quite crucial for cars to have the space so they can gather. So this is the horizontal view of how the elements stand. And more in depth, the tower is like the contradictory element of attention that can be seen from further away and indicate that the space is this car landmark. For the plans itself, they are quite simple and in a rectangular form. You walk inside from down there, and inside in section it opens up with these walls that enclose by looking up, and through the skylight you can see the sun, the sky, and the main function for it is to go up and view the track, because there's openings to the track, and the top level is the main point. And this is the visualization. The pathway is the perspective of it all, and the slow movement that goes along the track. It has viewing platforms that you can stop and experience the car activity, and it also goes at one point a bit lower than the ground to also view it from your eyesight. And then this is the gate that leads you to the water, to the river. And a view from the other side. And the gallery is the long exposure, or the like car motion that you can truly see in milliseconds by going by. And the main idea in plans is to have views to the track and also to the Daugava side, and to have this circulation that you can move around the spaces, but also see outside and see what's inside. And this is the car display zone, which the meaning of it is that in the first level there is this car service space, and then at the end of it all is this car display zone. So they make a car and then they display it and sell it, for example. And at the end there's an auditorium space. And here is a look of the car studio box, which is supposed to be all in glass, so you can see inside what's happening. And on third level, there's mainly viewing zones to the track. And in section, you can see that I have this divided all floors having like different heights, so that the display of cars wouldn't be just on one level, but on different. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. The reviewer of Alison's thesis was Ray Salsinch. And for theoretical part, there is positive qualities. Overall, excellent work, original topic, well researched, conceptually woven through, good choice of relevant case studies. The imperfections, sometimes confused and imprecise use of architecture and historical terms, modern architecture, machine age, simplified conclusions that sometimes verge on the obvious. About practical part B, the positive is an original and against the tide topic, a very strong connection between A and B parts, overall excellent and design through all stages of development, concept, design, development, presentation. Disadvantages, the project has to be also evaluated within the context of contemporary sustainability debate. Thank you. Questions of reviewer? You can answer.
So, do I read the question? Yeah. In analogy to the past development of architectural languages inspired and influenced by cars, what potential development trends do you see in the future? Well, it's hard to say and what I could predict, but I believe that there has been companies and architects who look at the materials they use in car production and how it could be modified and cheaper. So I believe that in the future maybe the making of a car can also help architecture to become more sustainable and faster and provide better results. So I believe it's more about the innovations rather than maybe spatial effects. And the part B is, how do you position this project with the context of contemporary sustainability debate? That was the minus. And I do believe that I am looking kind of in the past with the subject of cars, because cars are not quite sustainable, but I don't think that it will just one day disappear. The culture will be there, and it will impact our lives maybe a lot differently than now, but it is a subject that people talk about, and there is interest in that, and yeah, that would be my point.
Thank you, Alissa.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's a fascinating topic you've chosen. Very unusual. Thank you very much. But I'm slightly confused, because you are saying that you would like to explore the influence of cars on architecture. And you showed some good examples. For instance, Guggenheim by Frank Lloyd Wright. Was he influenced by car design? Maybe he was. And then all the examples you showed had kind of nice curves, like cars, all kind of, yeah? and most cars have kind of curvy shapes.
Yeah, sure.
Right. So I'm just, at the same time, you are showing us an airfield, a runway, and you're working on that. Now, is that obviously hasn't been influenced by the car, but the movement. And I just wonder, have you been to any of the examples you showed us? Well, I mean, we all know Guggenheim as a shape, right? But if you also had another, I noticed you had one, the Lingotto in Torino, in Turin, which was the Fiat factory.
Yes.
And that's fascinating because when you drive actually into it, you don't loop, you got a piece on top, you can test out the Fiat, yeah. So then that is a real influence on architecture for car movement. But I'm just, and I think you've done some nice sections, nice drawings, but I'm just wondering if it's a linear typology you're working on, or is it a car influence typology? I'm slightly confused. I think you've done some nice drawings, but is this really influenced by cars?
It is. Yes, I don't have these organic forms or lines because it's something I kind of like, I don't know, it's the way my architecture has always been like this, but the car movement is this line, and you have, if car moves, you have to have some sort of linear ground so that it can drive, right? So my concept is the motion and the view you get while car drives past you in milliseconds, and that's why it's so linear. And the choice of this airfield is because there is actual car activity next to it, and I wanted to work with something that has cars, and that will probably, I hopefully hope that there will be cars in the next 5 or 10 years there, because it's quite like people do go there and they drive in circles and do their tricks, and yeah.
So the cars.
That's my main, that's why I chose the.
So the car movement,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
yes.
And I think it's also a very interesting answer to people who like you talk about the anti-car sentiment, which is very prevalent these days. But can you just explain one more thing? They understand, the long runway, and you create a nice long building, and then you got a tower, and you show there's a beautiful section of the tower with a staircase going up.
Yes.
Now, what influenced that in the world of cars?
Could be the ramp, but that was something I struggled with because I didn't know how to. I knew I wanted the tower. I knew I wanted to see the whole track from above, but I didn't know okay, but what's inside? And then the circular staircase idea came from the fact that if you go just to a standard staircase, it's quite it is there, it's just a staircase, that doesn't say to you anything. But you go in circles, so you see both the inside where these walls enclose, but also you see the track, so you get both sides, and you from each level going up, you see the cars even smaller, so it's just an element of spatial experience.
So going from a Rolls Royce to a Mini, is it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I think you did a nice presentation, very clear, and some nice graphics. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I will also say thank you, because I do think it's what I wrote to my notes. It's quite a memorial to cars. In some cases, someone would argue with me that the cars will disappear. I do believe they will stay, but in a way, it's a memorial and a monumental design with a really nice, clean graphics, which is good and reminds me of Tartu. Tartu Museum, which is also located in airfield, with a long strip finishing with a museum. So the tower also is quite nice, but I would say that you could have emphasized that linearity which we don't see here in three-story buildings. So the composition between the tower and the building could be more emphasized. I would suggest that, because if I will not ask questions about what kind of museum for which car, because every car designer or every car company would have the different requirements. So I would extend this, and also I will not ask questions about what kind of materiality or construction are you using, and the facades and the materials, etc., because it's more conceptual design than giving answers to these questions. So thank you.
Thank you also from my side, and really, really good job, both theoretically and practically, as really nice, well, conceptual, but still very realistic project. But what I love really is that as architects, we are used to speak about architecture as a silent music, or I don't know, like music in stones and so on, but you are speaking about the speed, and I see that speed in this architecture, so thank you, you really did it. You tried and you did. And it's also very, very interesting and good proposal also for Riga city, for this place. Why not? City has different development projects for this area, for Umbula, and why not, for example, to use this as industrial area and still cultural area, and so this is, in this case, it's very realistic proposal. But really, thank you for your ability to show the speed in architecture. Thank you.
Alisa, thank you very much. I do not go to repeat all these good words, what was said. Just one question. Are you driving car?
Yes.
And also here on this line, or as a drag race?
I've been there, of course.
Yeah? I believe that. Therefore, you have so nice project. Yes. Thank you very much. I was very satisfied.
Yeah. Thank you, Ellis. Yeah, beautiful presentation. I've seen quite a few proposals for this site, and to me, this one seems like the most appropriate. And similar to Linda, I had these thoughts of like memorial or almost like religious ritual sites for the car. And what's the interesting polemic here is that today the buzzword is to have a car-free society, leave your cars outside of the city, and park in just park your car, drive in. But what's interesting here is that you create an interesting sort of turn, to maybe appreciate something for what it is, rather than necessarily whether it's appropriate or not, or how things have changed. And I think that I really, looking at all your renderings and your drawings, it's to be able to experience the site. I think it was really smart move to make a tower, because the tower allows you to experience the views that you show here on these boards from above, and standing at that tower and watching, a BMW race down the track at 240 kilometers an hour, those are different experiences from the tower versus being in this horizontal building, which is this glazed wall, where it's like going to a Formula One race and watching the cars just buzz by you. And so it's this interesting way of experiencing the car. So here you no longer there's no longer here the debate about what the problems with the car, but more about an appreciation of what you're showing, and that's that movement and speed that really has impacted our society. And the other thing, I really appreciate the graphics, and because over all these years, we've had a very specific approach and style of presenting things, and you've been able to present your ideas in your own sort of signature, and it's really nice to see that you've done that here. Returning to the tower again, I like this idea of compression, that the spiral staircase doesn't change in dimension, but that the walls change. And so the person on the stairs is doing the same thing, but he feels like he's being compressed right before he gets, thrown out at the top to get this huge expanse. So I think the spatial experience of going up that stair, I think, would be really, really very interesting. It almost reminds me of the cross-section through an engine block where the piston meets the valves and the cam creates this pressure, and so whether that was intentional or not is not important, but that's what I see there. And free from cars, yet at the same time we need to be honest with ourselves in one sense, and sort of also understand what the car has been. And one other comment regarding, I've seen some of these, I remember looking at the Villa Savoy and other buildings from that period with these, Model T Fords parked in front of them. So the building looked like it was 100 years from outer space, and the building was, they didn't match. And here it's almost sort of like the opposite. You have this very laconic, stylized architecture that's allowing these very plastic, fast-moving objects to run by, with these being in sort of like the foreground, or sort of the platform to host that movement. So, yeah, thank you.
Just one extra comment. What I forgot to mention was that the way you showed almost like a car showroom in that building, the contrast between the kind of the planes surrounding the soft movement of the cars, I liked very much. Another thing also, which I've become aware of recently, is that the number of cars in the world are increasing every year. So this is not a memorial.
Possibly that. Czy to za?
I think it's nice. I noticed it before in this school. I don't think it was circular.
Yeah.
It's a nice elongate.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah.
haven't seen anywhere else.
Put that aside, yeah, until you need it, yeah.
Yeah, it goes in there.
They go on the shelf there, on the shelf.
Yeah. Yeah. Good place. Themselves or influenced by the teachers?
They choose it themselves, but they were guided, yeah.
Should I be using this?
Yes.
I don't know. Okay. So, hello. My name is Anna Jansone, and today I'm going to tell you about my project in regards of importance of natural daylight in apartment building in Northern Europe. So first of all, the natural daylight is more important into our lives than we might think. First of all, in regards to vitamin D, more than 90% of people in Latvia, they do lack the vitamin D sufficiency. And this is very important in early childhood development for the bone formation. And another important thing is the impact on circadian rhythms. And as the evening is approaching, the melatonin is created, and this is very important for the good night's sleep. As well as there have been researches into the inefficient light that reduces the productivity and alertness, as well as it increases the depression. I did research into 3 different buildings in Latvia. So first of all, it is Harmony Home Teika, Jaunlasdu House 8, and Jaunā Mežaparka Street 34, which each have their own different layout. So after researching these buildings, I created the dialogues in order to understand what's actually going on with the light in these buildings. So after this, I concluded that the north-facing rooms, of course, receive significantly less sunlight. Bathrooms and toilets often lack natural daylight, as you can see inside all the black squares. Living rooms may not be allocated optimum sunlight despite a higher daytime use. Inward-facing balconies can block the natural light, therefore they would be better to face them outside. Central areas of building lack the natural light, and light intensity varies greatly between the rooms. And of course, it differs a lot between the summer and winter periods. In regards to average time spent in the rooms, I did some research, and if we don't look at the night side, if we only look at the day side, when we spend the time in such rooms as like the bedroom, living area, bathroom, it is still important to take into consideration all of these rooms, since as, for example, in the mornings, ladies usually spend a lot more time in the bathrooms to get ready, and as you have this sunlight, it can be beneficial for all the issues that I mentioned before. In regards to design techniques for maximizing daylight, it is window placement and design. It have to be thought through what type of windows and where to put them to know what type of rooms those are. Reflective surfaces can be a very good addition, as they can lead the light more into the building, as well as it makes the building, well, the room look bigger. And of course, interior layout, which is very important to not block the light. So it have to be carefully thought through in order to create it. There are different innovative solutions that I've researched. One of them is light wells, light tubes, light shelves, and prismatic panels which direct the light into different
angle in the building, echo shafts for bigger buildings, and mirror shaft for the basement floors. And due to this, none of these really are incorporated anywhere in Latvia. So although this very much helps to get the light into the building, as we do so lack it. The plot that I've chosen is Latvijas Street 63, which is in the dense center of Riga. So as you can see here as well, it is on perimetrical, and there is like this issue that it is very hard to build something that is gonna have the most light because it's either south and north facade or the other way around. And as you can see here, the design that I wanted to do is something that can be taken and placed into somewhere else as well, but of course like a little bit designing it for the particular area. The innovative architectural solutions that I've chosen is the light well and light tubes. And as we can see here, the average would be this 14 meters that is over here, but by adding the light wells, we can increase this distance as we're getting the light inside the middle part of the building itself. And of course, by adding light tubes, we're getting rid of all the black and blue spaces around it. In regards to advantages, one light well is around 30 square meters, and the additional area that we're gaining is around 84.2 square meters, that's per floor, so the total area gained would be 325.2 square meters for the whole building, which would be good for the investors as well. In regards to the main floor plan, it's created in a way that there are 4 different apartments, 2 one-bedroom, 1 two-bedroom, and 1 three-bedroom. And the light wells are placed in the middle, so they basically copy this window from the south facade and giving this light into the building more. In regards to light well, I just don't want to have it as this plain, but I want to incorporate some type of ecosystem in it. So I was thinking of adding, of course, it have to have reflective surfaces in order to get this light into the building itself deeper in, but by adding some small greenery and something more nature-wise, it would be beneficial for the people who are living in this area as well. And yeah, and as you can see here, the light wells, they do give quite a lot of light into the building from their positioning. And in regards to light tubes located in all the areas where there is not enough light. And light wells are, light tubes are very good for such areas as bathroom, as they can serve as the ventilation as well. So as we're having quite a lot of mold in the bathrooms because of the wet parts, and therefore it can lead all of this to the end of the light well, as they can be combined together very well. And there are different types of light wells, light tubes, as you can see below here. And the main idea how they're working, at the top there is a dome, and underneath there is this tube with reflective inside, which leads the light into the building, and at the end there's the ceiling ring, which displays the light into the room. In regards to design techniques for maximizing daylight, interior layout very important, so I created it in a way that it's an open plan layout. And here you can see in an image, and here is the dialogues, how it actually moves the light even more further into the building, not stopping it. And in regards to reflective surfaces, the idea is to create multiple reflective surfaces that would lead this light even more further into the building. And in regards to optimal layout, since these 2 flats are at the sides are having both sides of north and south, it would be beneficial to us if the person needs just to remove these walls and to have like both sides or adding this movable wall in order to get the most light circulating throughout this area. In regards to the facade is created in a way that it's for almost a meter outside, and the bottom part is created towards the south, so in order to get the most light from the lower parts. And thank you.
Thank you, Zana. The reviewer of Zana's thesis was Liena Šiliņa, and the positive qualities of his thesis theoretical part are highlighting the importance of natural light in residential architecture is an excellent choice for a bachelor thesis, especially in a time when much of residential architecture is influenced by decision and priorities of real estate developers. The topic is explored from multiple perspectives, including health, economic considerations, sustainability, aesthetics, technology, and cultural aspects. And the imperfections, there is a tendency to repeat statements through the work. Additionally, some expressions occasionally carry a level of intensity that may be considered too informal for scientific writing. The practical part, positive qualities. The practical part, the author successfully implemented recommendations from Part A, research into the project, incorporating features like light wells, light tubes, and reflective surfaces. The clear and symmetrically solution of the plan is compelling. The disadvantages of practical part are the absence of sections through the building and elevations hinders a complete understanding of the project. These drawings are essential for a comprehensive perception of the building and should be incorporated into the presentation. Thank you. You can ask.
Yes. So the two questions from the reviewer. First of all, the author chose the specific time of the year for daylight simulation June 1st and December 1st at 12 p.m. However, it is studied how the situation changes during the other times of the day, such as morning and evening. So yes, there are different times how it changes throughout the day at the building that I've created. So this from 5 a.m. all the way to the 9 p.m. as it still have some type of light, and it changes very in the same order, and the light is increasing by its time. But the main question from her during the review was that why exactly at 12 p.m. and in regards to why at 12 p.m. It's because that was the most appropriate when at summer and at the winter the light shows its so say truest colors in order to understand how in order to add all of these lights so it would be sufficient, because in the morning it a bit changes and some areas might not have that much. And the second question, we require darkness to perceive and appreciate light. How much light is too much in architecture, and is it even possible? So in regards to this, in my A part is the most marked out that it might, of course, in all the buildings there is the point in summer where it's too much heat. So there have to be incorporated blinds in order to not have too much heat. As for example, for the buildings, the average having light is around 500 and 750. So, but of course it is in combination with the heat and the light, because like in winter, it might not feel as it is too hot when you're having that much light, but in the summer it might because of the heat that's coming in. So those need to be added, as I'm showing here, some curtains and so on, or any type of blinds that could reduce this heat. And of course, if you place them outside of the building, it's the best, as they do block this heat that is actually going through the window itself. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's, first of all, I think it's fascinating how the schemes we are seeing now are focusing on very important aspects of architecture. We have just seen a scheme which is focusing on the gallery with the importance of artificial light, how can it create a special atmosphere. Now you are focusing on daylight. But could you please show me that on your plans? Like that one. That one, yeah. I think what you have, focusing on light tubes, amplifying light is a very interesting exercise. I think we should do more of that. I quite agree with you. But I'm also wondering if you look at one of these apartments, like on the left, you see that there's a living room facing southeast, right? They got daylight, sun, they're all day. Then you have bedrooms facing north, which is okay. But there is very little light penetrating the apartment. So I think if you had a more open apartment, a different plan, then you could benefit more from the use of daylight. I mean, in my world, having just north-facing apartment don't work because you just don't get any sun. South-facing, yes, and obviously the best is to have when you're transparent, when it goes all the way through the apartment. But I'm just wondering if what you seem to have created some nice plans, but they're still quite closed. And then you're saying in the middle, okay, I've got a remedy. I'm putting in a light tube. It's having light in there. So maybe the easier way will be to start off by having a plan which is more transparent. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you. Well, I think it's a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Well, I can continue with the previous comment, because the general idea about thinking about the daylight, especially in a historical center, which we have a really dense situation, and raising questions on the daylight possibility, how to put into apartments, into buildings, is quite nice. But I do agree that a proper layout, proper planning could allow us to get more even space. And therefore, there's some questions I do believe you can answer. Is it the only possibility you saw to, to design this building? And have you thought about the regulations which we do have in Latvia, that we need some daylight for different type of apartments to put in? For example, 2-bedroom apartment has different regulation than the 3-bedroom apartment, and there are some regulations between the March and September. And have you thought about it? And also, could you please explain the general plan, which we see only a bit? We do have some buildings, and the extension for 3 meters at the neighbor border. Have you thought about the Riga Historical Center regulations also while designing this one?
Sorry, the last sentence?
The regulations of the Riga Historical Center.
Yeah, so...
The planning scheme, the daylight, and the regulations.
So in regards to the planning scheme, there were different approaches how to do and where to place what. So there were even different types of staircases where to put and why to put. So, and in regards, I came up to this conclusion. Maybe it's more subjective from my perspective, as I would be living and as I thought would most suit. I do agree that for both of you that there could be a better plan. For example, straight away, this could be made into, what was the name in English? studio, studio type of apartment, even leading the light inside. That could be redone. And here, therefore, I did mention that these walls could be taken down in order to redo it. Yeah, then the same is for that one. So that's one. Another thing in regarding to regulations, recently, as I know, one regulation in regards to the how much light should shine into other windows, that's been that it should be at least a non-stop for 2 hours, and that's cancelled at this moment. And so in that case, because I'm moving the building more into my plot, it's not as big issue, I would say. And of course, this is throughout the whole Riga. Previously, there were all of these, so say, blombas in Latvian. I'm not even sure how it's in English correctly. And no one did put buildings into those because they were lacking some sunlight. And now as it is gone, there should be thought of how to place these buildings, but they do lack this sunlight. So it should be thought in order how to get it more inside in this dense environment. And
And the last question is, could you please tell more about the facades?
Facades, yes. For the facades, the main part of the facades would be, where's not the windows, should be designed in I wanted to design in a similar way as the near buildings, just keeping the same atmosphere. But the windows, I did want to keep these ones long. And as I've gone through the Riga center, there are a few buildings that are having like these big windows. So, and reading the regulations, it should fit into the overall design of the, I would say, part of the Riga. I'm not sure how to like put it because it wasn't so clear stated. But in regards to the windows, as you can see here, they're coming a bit outside and then they are turning at the back. And in order to get the more light inside. So that was the main idea.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for a very necessary topic to bring up. And thank you also for part A, which was really interesting to listen and see some facts I didn't know, but really interesting and necessary actually to know. But more about particular proposal and actually also about the part A. Why your choice of case studies was like this one? Because your proposal is for very dense part of city center, but you are like comparing or looking at case studies in very green and scattered environments, and it's different urban fabric. Something you cannot rely on looking at these samples. Why it's like this one? Are there some specific values in these samples which you are using and how you are using in your proposal, please?
Yeah, so first of all, why I chose, these are the new buildings that are now getting built. And I did look into the Riga center, but there are not so many, well, at least as far as I could find all the plans and everything for these buildings, they're not built. And why I did chose outside is to see, they have this all light around. They can use, they have this plot, they can use it however they want. And what are they doing with it? Are they, because they're having this like all the light, so say possible, of course there are some buildings that are lacking, do they still have this light inside the building? So I chose, that's why I chose these buildings, and I did try to switch the typologies in order to understand so how it would work in this case, because most of the apartments here, they're having both sides, north and south. Here it's basically like a cube and only some part is getting the light and most apartments are not getting. So I was trying to figure out how with new approaches these days architects are approaching creating actually living spaces, and that's why I thought these were the best examples what to use in order to understand the way of building.
Okay, and then another question about your proposal about the light shafts you are doing. They are approximately nearly 2 meters by nearly 4 meters, or approximately 4 meters each shaft. What amount of light in your proposal, how do you think, what amount of light will be through these shafts for the first and second floors? For the fifth, I understand. Have you been actually in such a central housings? No, I also know. I lived in the center, so I know how it works. Just the question: how do you think? What nowadays will be better than those old times, 100 years old light shafts?
Yeah, I can explain how I did my research. So first of all, for the light, I did all my research in dialogues. So in it, I created the building with this light shaft, and there's the possibility to place the surfaces and how much reflective you want them and how you want them. And what I did was I played with this reflectiveness in order to see how much down I can get this light and how much I need the width as well as how much I need the reflectiveness in order to receive. If I'm not mistaken, it was around 300 at the bottom parts. So, but at the top parts, it was even starting from over here, like the very heated areas. So, and at the bottom part, yeah, I think it was around 300.
The ground floor is also used for apartments?
Yes, the ground floor, it is a bit different style as there needs to be the access for the cars to get inside. And then, but it's used for the apartments, but I'm having the access to these light wells in order for some maintenance and stuff like that.
Thank you for your project. It's very important part because, as you said, now it's not anymore a question about regulations in Riga, at least. It's a question about quality of life. And the quality of life, it's almost always very important part which architects have to solve somehow different ways, but light is one which helps for the quality. And of course, this light shafts is nice possibility. I was also a little bit afraid about this deep, 20 meters deep shafts, how much it works, but as you tested, I do believe that it works. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just one small question.
Yeah.
How do you think, why this light tubes is not so much popular in our country? Because it's this system is well known for a long time. But I didn't saw any example here. Why it's not
Yeah, I tried looking into that, but outside Latvia, do not use that much either. I'm not sure why. I think maybe with time, maybe there's going to be some different regulations coming up about the light. And then they might be thinking, oh, we actually need, because like from an investor point of view, it is additional expenses, of course.
so much, no?
Well, yeah, and
Don't know. But you have no information why it's not developing so much now in here?
no, not sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sona. Really good research and clear presentation. I know you went through a lot of struggles on trying to figure out and find out how to get this light down. And I What surprised me during your research is the fact that these means that you showed before those sections, that they're not used. For example, the conventional light shelf, which is an architectural element rather than just a tube, and so I think taking into account that the issue of light is talked about a lot in Scandinavian architects, you know, bringing light into buildings. I myself am surprised, you know, when you did this research, stated that no one's using these techniques. And so there I see a great advantage, particularly on these sites, that some of these sites have remained unbuilt in Riga Center just because of the insulation problem. As soon as you build a building, the only light that the building behind it got was in the morning, and when that is blocked, there is no light at all. And so it's a real problem in the city center, and I really appreciate you investigating this, because it's actually the first time someone, well, I've been here, that actually went in and dug into this question of how we could actually try to solve the problem. So I appreciate that very much. And the other thing is, I think regarding the light shafts, I think one thing you could show is that the size of the shaft can change, you know, as you go up. Yeah, I think that's an important. Yeah, because that diagram I think is very important to talk about, because it allows that reflective surface to bounce the light off of those reflective surfaces deeper down into the shaft. So, yes, and then what I had another comment here. Yeah, that's it. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, go ahead. Yes.
Just one other question. If you look at that shaft and you can see the sun, have you looked into the possibility of using reflectors mounted on the roof, catching the light, throwing it down the shaft? Because that also exists. Because then you amplify the light even more.
Yeah, there were similarly as what I looked into, were prismatic panels that lead the light down.
Well, I'm talking more like a parabola. You know, you catch the light. Curve one. You catch it on the outside and you direct it down. Yeah. So that exists too. You see.
That's an interesting point. Okay. Thought to think about.
What's that? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, just one last comment. See, on the shaft here, you have the angled surface, right? And on the other side, you have that glass surface. Now,
yeah.
If on the 1/3 of the way down, you put in a light shelf, right? Then that helps to deflect and throw the light. So I think there's a lot of further investigation you can do if this topic really of interest, to figure out architectural ways to bring that light down deeper.
Yeah, and I was thinking about a similar thing. So in case of having this, I think I had like this rocky type of surface, and then placing a lot of like these reflective panels on, like some that are moving up, some that are moving down, and so it basically plays with this light, and it gets the light in multiple directions. So it can be like this very interesting combination with nature and how to actually move this light. So that was what I did. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Good, thank you. When I was in Egypt, in the museum, light had to be very controlled, and the insulated glass units. They actually had razor type movers inside the glass package. And then these are engineered in Germany, and then the sunlight coming in and then reflects the light into the space. So the actual light shaft You didn't need the light shelf. That actually reflected was in the space within the thickness of glass. And this is, again, I don't know why none of these ideas actually aren't used in Scandinavia.
I agree, it's a good question. Why don't we do the amplify the dilemma? When we talk about the old time, we talk about dense villages, city centers around the world. Why not do more of that? That's a good question. So I think it's very interesting that the school is actually focusing on this. Fascinating. And I notice also the next one got to do with daylight.
Yes, yeah. In a different way, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. I noticed that the young guy who's helping us is very helpful.
He presented first today.
Okay.
He's in essence as well.
Okay, but it's really very helpful to learn.
Yeah.
That's very good. I'll look at his thing tomorrow.
Very interesting research on this project.
Yeah, I quite like to look at the ones I missed.
I like the way these panels have been arranged. Vertical is fresh. It smells like chocolate.
These are models. So you can see magnetic.
Oh, those are for the openings, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. These are the bases, and you can play around with these are two sizes, so you can play with the magnets.
Yes, okay. Those are these openings.
Hello, my name is Cindy, and I will present you my thesis, which is human-centric daylight design in architecture. Within the realm of architectural design, the influence of natural light stands as an element for shaping built environments of human experiences. The theoretical part of my thesis, I embark on an exploration delving into the profound relationship between daylight and architectural design. Unraveling its multifaceted impact and functionality, aesthetics, and human well-being within constructed spaces. The inception of this study arises from a critical acknowledgement of the transformative role daylight assumes within architectural context. Daylight not only illuminates physical spaces, but also intricately intertwines with the philosophical, psychological, and emotional aspects of human existence. By understanding the complex mechanisms throughout which daylight affects the human body and mind, architects can utilize its potential to craft environments
that resonate with the essence of human-centric design. So here I drew a diagram where I showed each month's first day at 12 o'clock, and you can here see the altitude of the sun and also the daylight duration. And here in Latvia, the geographical latitude is 57 degrees. It's quite high. That's why half of the year we have the sun quite low, and the other half of the year it's higher. And the lowest sun we have in January, which is 9.7 degrees, and the daylight duration is 6 hours and 51 minutes. And the longest daylight duration we have in July, which is 17 hours and 47 minutes, and the altitude is 51 degrees. So for my plot, I chose an area which is flat agricultural field. It's located in Kurzemen near Kuldīga city, and here in this picture you can see that it doesn't have a lot of happening. There's no buildings around, or there's no cities around the plot. There's just forests, some roads, and the field. And my plot has this shape, and it has the existing buildings here in the middle. And I, in my project, created the rentable buildings here on this side of the plot, and the workshop buildings on this side of the plot. And the way they are placed in the plot are by I created a grid where there is letters on one side and numbers on the other side, and then finding the center point of the building, I placed it in the grid, and then I added the angle in which the building gets turned. And I added here also in the name. And as I already mentioned, it's a field, agricultural field, and what I wanted to do is I wanted to place the buildings in the field without creating any extra landscaping. I wanted the people to experience the farming and the existing nature we have here in Latvia. And for the case studies, I have chosen the Skylight House, where the architect showcases a thoughtfully designed arrangement of architectural windows and skylights. And then there's also the Rider Shed, where also the architect showcases a meticulous approach of daylight design. The windows are designed to control the intensity and the diffusion of natural light, preventing glare while harnessing the softer, more diffused aspects of the daylight. And for my proposal, I created two plans for the rentable houses. One is with 2 bedrooms and one is with 1 bedroom. And each building has a sauna, a bathroom, a living space, and a kitchen. And here you can see the central points, which I found, and then I put them into the master plan. And these 2 buildings have 5 different, each building has 5 different roof proposals, which you can also see in my boards, how I showed the diagram, how the light enters at the highest altitude and the lowest altitude we have here in Latvia. And here are the volumes of each building. You can see that they're very different. Some are higher and some are lower, and they're created in this sculptural ways. And yes, they let light in each building. They have different daylight proposals and experiences, so that people can rent different buildings each time, and they can experience daylight differently. And for the workshop buildings, I have different kind of case studies. These are also from similar altitude we have here in Latvia, also a bit higher, and they created openings in the roof so the light here is more distributed throughout the buildings, and that's why I created these plans for the workshop buildings, and the roofs are also similar to the ones I showed in the case studies. But about the plans, the first one is here is the gallery, where people can have exhibitions or also art classes, and there's also storage rooms placed in the middle. And here is offices, where an office can come here and work with their colleagues together. Here is an auditory, and here is the kitchen workshop with 6 workstations. And here you can see the volumes of these buildings. And the conclusion. Throughout this exploration, it became evident that architectural design, particularly the integration of windows, skylights, and spatial layouts, plays a significant role in optimizing access to natural light. Such considerations impact a person's health, productivity, and overall well-being within these spaces. The necessity of balancing light exposure to regulate circadian rhythms, prevent seasonal affective disorder, and enhance productivity underscored the importance of thoughtful design, daylight design. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Cindy. The reviewer of Cindy's thesis was Eva Dujan, and she gave positive qualities for part A, relevant and clear selection of topic, analytical perspective, design-oriented research, and some reflections. The health benefits of the daylight are well researched, but the physiological effects and three-dimensional analysis could have been improved. About the practical part, positive qualities are very clear architectural concept based on daylight and mostly rooftop lighting. Application of principles developed in research part A. Use of variation of rooftop openings with specific methodology. The imperfections in a project with the daylight emphasize more interior visualization might have been useful. Thank you. You can answer the question.
So the question for the A part was, what are the aesthetical aspects of daylight in architecture for you? And I answered it with play of light and shadow. The daylight creates dynamic interplays of light and shadow, adding depth and texture to architectural elements. The shifting patterns throughout the day can evoke a sense of movement and visual interest. Then there is also a dynamic atmosphere. The changing qualities of daylight throughout the day and across seasons contributes to a dynamic and ever-evolving atmosphere. Dynamic quality can evoke different moods and emotions, influencing the overall experience of a space. And spatial perception, the daylight plays a crucial role in shaping spatial perception. It can make spaces feel larger, more open, or intimate, depending on how it interacts with architectural elements. The careful manipulation of daylight enhances the overall spatial experience. And the question for the B part was, how did you make use of daylight in rooftop openings in an aesthetical way? To which I answered, the most important thing was to achieve different scenarios of light in the spaces. The shape was derived out of this process. The shape symbolizes the function of how the light enters spaces, even though it was the main premise. The overall composition of the volumes and the visual exterior was taken into account. And here also in the drawing you see, if I have just a flat roof, how the light comes in. And then if I create more openings, I create different experiences in the building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, then. It's a very interesting topic. It's beautifully presented. The graphic is great. And just looking at this drawing here on the left on the screen, it's very clear. You're very good at presenting things, getting your point. Now, and also I'm sitting here with your little, Lego set. They should go to the Lego production. This is fascinating. It's wonderful. But I'm just one question. You go very deeply into, even behind you, you can see a lot of sections.
Yes.
And then they're all looking at daylight coming from above through the roof. Were you tempted to look at daylight coming from the wall or even from down below? To explore that? The reason why I'm asking, I can tell you, I got a point of reference. At the MIT campus in America, there is like 2 interesting buildings which relate to this. One is done by Alvar Aalto, like it's a bit like the one you showed here with circular roof lights. Okay, he's done the Aalto. But Saarinen, he's done a chapel. You know it, and it's fascinating because the small chapel, and it's the lower part of the wall has got some openings, arch opening, and there is water on outside, so you get a play or light up the wall from down below. Were you tempted to look into that kind of thing, or just limit yourself to roof lights?
I limited myself to the roof lights, but I also created just the regular windows in the plan, so the plan stays the same, and I didn't play much around with it. So the way they are placed here in the plan that I showed here, that way they are all around to every building, depending on which building it is. But morely, I put the emphasis on the roof lights because I don't see them that often, and I would love to experience something like that.
So if you had another 2 weeks, you will explore also from below.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for presentation. I would also extend my question to the roofs, more specifically to traditional Latvian roofs, which we do have in every region, different types. For example, Kurzeme, which we have a flat land, and Zemgale also. There are a lot of specific types of roofs. And since I see that in a general plan that we have, say, 10 different types of them, but the plan is the same. So my question will be in 2 parts. What was the idea behind the placement of the buildings in the general plan like that, which is following the next one? How could you describe which is the best part for a particular place, the particular roof which you have chosen? Because now we have a lot of different options, but there are 1 or 2 which suits it best.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So the first question about the placement of the buildings, the grid is divided in 15 by 15 meters, and I wanted to create, since there's a lot of area, I wanted to create private spaces for for people to come, and when they arrive to their building, they don't see that much of the other building on the other side. I try to create private spaces because it's an open field, and I try to change a little bit change the buildings, but in that way I also change how the light shines into the roofs, because if the building is placed like this, then it has, how to explain? It depends how I change each building, and so they have different roofs, and if I place them all in one direction, I feel like the experience would be similar in each building. So that's why I changed. Some buildings have more the morning light, some buildings have more the evening light, and those 2 aspects were the ones I mostly played around with by placing these buildings in the plot that way, by creating more privacy and creating different sun experience in the building. And the second question was about the best solution. Personally,
and how it corresponds to traditional roofs, which have
traditional roofs. Personally, I think all of them are very interesting, and I explored a lot more different, but I chose specifically these to place into my thesis. but yeah, I cannot. I think each of them has different experience in there. But if I would have to choose, my favorite would be this one, because it has like from both sides the skylight coming in, and also maybe one of these two. Yeah.
Because they do have different construction methods also.
Yes. Yes. What's the question?
Well, have you thought about it?
I have, well, yeah, I have thought about it, but this is like a conceptual project that would have to need further, deeper exploration in each building. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for very creative way of thinking about the daylight and possibilities, how to let it into the house. But I have, it's like even not a question, but more like comment. I'm a bit doubtful about chosen place. If it is agricultural land, so why to turn it to the specific small town or something like that? Or if there is in this region, maybe there is some need for new housing projects. It's like I'm not understanding exactly the choice of the topic of the particular design.
Yes.
Could you please explain?
Yes, I can explain that. The plot is actually my family house, and when I grew up there, I always felt like I would want to have more people there to come, because it's quite a lonely area. There was a city near 2 kilometers, like a small town near this plot, but something happened there and it got abandoned. So it feels quite lonely to be there. So that's why I thought that this would be the place to create this kind of a project.
Okay, thank you. And if it is really some kind of new small town, then about the plans, not about roofs. That's understandable, and so it's very interesting. Trying, I would say. But about plans, if it is the country area, do you don't think that there is some need for like mudroom at the entrance? You are just coming into from the field to your house. It's like, it's not a townhouse, it's not a city apartment, it's a country house. It's specific planning system what is needed for country house. There should be some garages and storage rooms and etc. Also buildings, not only rooms, or maybe just rooms. And there is nothing from this one. Maybe you can explain the idea how you are looking at this place. Thank you.
The way I see it is you arrive here with the car, and there is basically a pavement and then you just walk into the building. And personally, I don't imagine people to walk around the plot into the field. And
it's like guest house.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very, very interesting study. In my opinion, you showed these types of the roofs for living houses and for
workshop buildings.
Other functions, which is more public functions.
Yes.
In different ways.
Mm-hmm.
For the living houses, for example, you showed these longitudinal skylights,
mm-hmm.
which somehow cross these small rooms.
Yes.
And for public spaces, you show these small point type skylights, which are In my opinion, this is something like opposite
Yes.
needed to be. No, it's please explain why you choose this way for a small room, these big skylights, and for a big room, these small skylights.
I see this one also like the way here the light shines in and it's a direct light. Here the light is more distributed, and I think for workstations it would be better to have the light more distributed, and that's why for the rentable houses I have the light more direct into the buildings. That was
These
the
are
main.
very big skylights. So what happens when the wall is coming in the middle of the skylight?
It just continues till the
Just cutting, yes?
yes.
Till this.
Yes.
Okay. Probably. But anyway, this is interesting study. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I also agree with the previous comments, and also think I find it very interesting to see all these different types of sections showing different ways of how the actual how the ceiling line changes based on the actual geometry of the skylight. Because a lot of times we see there's no relationship to the ceiling line and the shape of the room and the skylight. The skylight's just an opening in a two-slope roof. And I think by seeing these sketches and these different solutions, I think the inside space is much more pleasant, and also those angles help deflect the light throughout the space. And I find that those sections very appealing. I have a question about the site plan. I know you have this access road, and then you have the grid, which it's hard for us to see it here because it's just drawn lightly in pencil. But what to me it could be quite intriguing if you played those lines out within the actual landscape design. Are those different? Are those like hedgerows, or are those like some sort of rock hedgerows? Are they some sort of architectural or landscape or urban landscape sort of elements that create this pattern set against the buildings? So I think that could be. Did you think about that, or you just didn't get to that, or how did you think about this?
I thought about many ways how to, what would be the best way to put my houses into the plot. At the end, I came to this grid, but there were different ideas for that. But working by actually showing that into the fields, like physically, in real life, I haven't thought about that.
Mm-hmm. No, the reason why I'm saying there's some really interesting sort of landscapes within open areas where architects or designers have come in and put elements within this vast field, because these objects in that vast field, you could play that off some other elements as well, and actually create a context where there almost is none, because you have these flat cornfields, right? And how do you, or these wheat fields, and how do you play that out? It was just a question that I had, and I think it's something, yeah, you can further investigate. And then I had another, yes, and this was also in the previous presentation with Zana. And the examples you gave about these Scandinavian masters, like Aalto and Saarinen, and actually where the architecture is the affecting element that's bringing the light in and distributing it. And so that's another reason why I appreciate this, because of where we are actually situated geographically, that this is something that's worth pursuing and studying, particularly here in Latvia, different ways of how to create spaces, and not just plopping skylights into a roof and saying this is wonderful light-based architecture, but how does the space actually be transformed, and how is the space used to actually get the light into the space? So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments.
my topic is intergenerational living, farm-based elderly care center and kindergarten in Andris. And by the end of 2030, 1/6 of people around the world will be aged 60 or over due to the increased life expectancy, and this tendency is also visible in Latvia. So, however, with this comes the consequences, as elderly people experience social isolation, which leads to severe health diseases, for example, cognitive declines, and it might even result in Alzheimer's disease, and overall the loneliness factor is increasing. Therefore, the needs of elderly are neglected, and communities have essential role to counter these issues. And one of the practices, modern practices to counter this issue is the implementation of the intergenerational program, which is a designed environment created with the intent of encouraging interactions primarily among children and the elderly. And both children and the elderly, they experience benefits from such interaction. And throughout the framework of this bachelor thesis, I will also research the implementation of animals into this interaction, as elderly and children, they experience benefits from this communication. And the chosen location is Adaže, one of the regions which experienced the population growth over the years. However, the existing infrastructure is unfortunately unable to deal with such an expansion, specifically the children and the elderly facilities in the area. For example, in terms of children education, Adaže has reported that there is lack of resources, shortage of space, and overall insufficient number of childhood educational institutions. And also statistics show that the majority of those institutions, they have reached their full capacity. And about the elderly facilities, the elderly population is also increasing in Adaže. However, Adaže reports that there is still lack of sufficient range of social services. So the plot is located on Krastupes 8, and it's located in a quite residential neighborhood, and not so far away from the plot. By the end of this year, there is going to be constructed a new residential complex, meaning that a lot of new families are going to be moving in. And also right across the plot, there is the existing elderly care facility, which for now, unfortunately, lacks social interactions. So in terms of volumetric creation of the project, it is separated into 3 zones: the intergenerational space in the middle, kindergarten, and the elderly care facility. And further on, their courtyards have been established, as well as the connection between them. So about the spatial planning, at first it was important to understand the mobility which is existent, and there was lack of sufficient public sidewalks and also crossings specifically with this existing elderly care facility, so they were implemented. Then access between the courtyards and across the plot have been established, as well as parking areas for the kindergarten and the elderly care center, and additional mobility has been established according to the functional layout. This scheme is more about the relationship of the spaces, meaning that this intergenerational zone in the middle is public, while kindergarten and the elderly facility, it has both private and semi-private zones. And green infrastructure, it works as preliminary background for this communication. And also in some places it serves this role of creating safe and safe environment. So, and here is the master plan where you can see the zones, the intergenerational zone in the middle, as well as elderly care facility and the kindergarten, and also the roof constructions and glass connections. And I used slope roofs in order to fit the building into the residential surroundings. So speaking about the functional layout of individual facilities, elderly care facility, it consists of units. For example, there is constant assistance living unit, meaning that it's connected with the medical care facility. so that people who live there, they have this 24/7 medical supervision. And there are also 2 of assisted living units, meaning that inside of them there are spaces specifically dedicated for the medical personnel. And also there is independent living unit, meaning that it's like a fully functioning apartments for the elderly. And about the units themselves, they offer flexibility because you can, it offers individual or couple living, and also they are compatible with wheelchair users, featuring zones which have the space for full wheelchair rotation, and also here you can see where exactly in which of those units the apartments are located. And overall, for the design of those units, it was important to allow people to adjust the space according to their needs. For example, if they have like their own beloved old furniture, they can bring it into the space, which is especially important for people who suffer with Alzheimer's disease, as they need to have this familiar environment. About this intergenerational space, it includes such functions as farm facility, where the communication with animals is happening, also communal gardening area, stage, restaurant, and educational area, which can be also used by visiting schools. About this intergenerational facility, it also is based on the accessibility features, meaning that the furniture, for example, in this gardening area, it's adaptable to people's height. So there is specific furniture for children's height, for people who have disabilities, and also for the adults' height. And the kindergarten, here you can see the kindergarten with the private playground, both having soft and hard playground zones, as well as the kindergarten features a bit different layout. As you can see, the classroom spaces, they have movable doors, therefore the educational zone, it could be moved into this circulation space. And overall, it was really important for me to establish the safety with the kindergarten, so therefore greenery comes in hand in terms of, in this case, hedges, which establish this feeling of privacy and safety for the children. And here you can see the overall section of the whole building complex, as well as the materials used, which is mainly wood and brick. So yes, that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anastasia. The reviewer of Anastasia's thesis part was Adrian, and the positive qualities of his thesis is relevant and up to that topic, solid research on various issues, methodological approach is high quality, wide social, medical, and psychological perspective toward the topic analyzed. The disadvantages, three-dimensional and practical design strategies and solutions were spaces for elderly children and animals. The merge could have been developed further. The positive qualities of practical part, interpretation of the main concept is very successful. Research is integrated into the design, high quality interiors and landscaping, lively visualizations and drawings. The disadvantages, the design could have been slightly more adventurous in aesthetics, in terms of verticality, but it is not a problem. Yes. So, thank you, and you can answer further questions.
So the first question is, you mentioned the benefits of interaction between elderly, children, and animals. You explained the advantages for these groups being next to each other as part of the same campus, and you analyzed the specific needs for each type of space. Could you explain the key design strategy when the space for different groups come together, touch each other, or emerge? So, first of all, the design strategy, it revolves around the layers of communication, which is really important in a sense that the communication itself is not forced. And secondly, the layout of this intergenerational space is more open, meaning that this communication can happen a lot more smoothly. And the whole layout of this intergenerational space contributes to the both groups. As intergenerational space, it has attractions, points of interest for both children and the elderly. And the next question is, what are the main and concrete differences of the areas for elderly, children, and animals in terms of specific measures such as dimensions, light, and safety? So, with the elderly care center, the main approach was in terms of circulation. So having 3 layers of circulation. The first one is this glass corridor, then the circulation inside the units, and the circulation which leads to the apartments. Meaning that the space provides 3 layers of the safety, which is extremely important for the elderly people. And for the kindergarten space, as I already said, that those circulational spaces right here, they could be used as the extension of the classrooms. And overall for the kindergarten design, the most important things were safety, for example, soft surfaces, round edges of the furniture, and for the elderly it was understandability of the layout and non-slip surfaces. So yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a very competent scheme. I think you've done a very good job. I think just looking behind you, the graphics is, you really have indulged in the graphical presentation. I think that's very good. I just have got one question. The topic, in fact, is intergenerational spaces. In other words, bringing the different groups together, right? And then you have separate them into the elderly care center and the intergenerational space and kindergarten, all 3 separate. And they're all linked by this very wide pedestrian route. And cleverly enough, you're putting the intergenerations space in the middle, which will actually bring people together. But I just wonder, when you get there, is it interesting enough, say for the children in the kindergarten, for the elderly, to come there and meet? Have you explored that possibility enough? And I mean, not just outside, but also inside. You've shown a 2-story building there, almost, which might lend itself to an assembly room or some gathering space, taller. Is that what you thought of, or have you gone far enough to explore the intergenerational aspect of what you're doing? Or are they all, because the second question is, what are the main and concrete differences in the area? I would rather ask the question, what are the main aspects they're bringing together? Can you comment on that?
Well, this is why I have integrated animals in this communication, because sometimes it's quite hard for elderly and children to really establish this common ground, so they need something that really brings them together. And in this case, I think it's really the animals and the nature and this whole natural space in the middle, which really, I think it really encourages you to go there. So in those terms, yeah.
But what do you do when it's raining? Where do people meet then? Or snowing, like today?
The spaces, for example, having the stage here, also the restaurant, this educational area, these are all the spaces where people really would gather in that sense. Like for the stage, I don't know, children could perform there and the elderly could watch the performance. So overall, it's more about that this communication, it should not be pressed and it should happen really naturally.
Yeah, but you 3 covered spaces, then. So do you think that's a better answer than, say, making 1 assembly room or one main gathering space, all get together? I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just asking you.
Well, that's a really nice question, but from my perspective, I really wanted to offer this variations of those spaces, and so that those connections, they would happen in this natural environment, and that people would have this choice to go wherever they want.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you for a really nice presentation. I do think that such kind of typology is not particularly new to Latvian space, but it really shows possibilities which could be further developed also in a practical approach in real life. So it's a pretty good example of how elderly people and new ones are sharing space together. And my compliments also for the graphics and general plan, which is nicely done. What I wanted to ask is, how many residents do we have there? There were some numbers, right?
Yeah. Well, for the elderly care section, there would be 35 apartments which can fit up to 45 people, and the kindergarten fits approximately 100 children.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you also from my side. Very actual topic, a very good research and very good part B. Really nice graphics, nice presentation, and very clear and understandable proposal. So very, really thank you. Only one question, maybe you could explain more about materiality and color scheme or color scheme, I don't know. Maybe you could materials you are proposing for this. I would say city block already, because these are three different functions, and usually we are thinking about kindergarten like something very colorful, maybe for those elderly people houses. They also might be colorful, or maybe vice versa, absolutely white and black or gray. And what is your opinion about how it could be done? It's not about there is no information, just your opinion how it could be done. Thank you.
In a sense, yes, there would be two options, either to make the whole buildings into this one cohesive language or establish the difference between them, but I would prefer to have it as a one cohesive building complex, and then when it comes to interiors, of course, then children, they need a lot more colors inside, but for elderly, it's more about like muted tones, which they need according to the research. So there are various possibilities, but I was really keeping in mind the natural materials to blend into this like very to blend into this very much like a landscape space. So yeah, but there are overall two possibilities, two ways to go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is a very good done job. Just one question: why the greenhouse is so small? Because it's a nice place to also to grow the garden in the winter time, and it's easy to do. And children also like very much to grow the garden. Make it bigger, please.
Thank you, Anastasi, for your presentation. Yeah, also just congratulate you on the graphics and the renderings and but not just that. Actually, because sometimes nice renderings can hide whether something is nicely designed or not. And here, if you dig in, you can really see that you have developed the units, the different types of units for one or two people, and with a private space or separate bedroom. And there's a really nice logic how that works. And also, I just wanted to ask you, the plan is so nicely done. It reminds me of some of these sort of these imperial Japanese gardens and layouts. Were you inspired by this in any way, or just objectively or subjectively?
Well, I was reading about the healing gardens, but I didn't really include that into the research, but this was something that I was really keeping in mind. So.
Okay, yeah, we can see that here, and just even the way you make these ponds and everything, it's really very poetic and nicely done, nice arrangement. And I also had another commentary I wanted to, oh yeah, about, you know, this question of the elderly going to live somewhere else. From your research, and of course this can be different from country to country, but and also the economic capabilities of the elderly, right? Are there developers or the Latvian government thinking about providing these type of places where they would be then purchased or financed by families, or the rent paid? What is the scheme on that? Because these type of, you know, if you look at your chart there of how many elderly in Odyssey in each year, you know, you almost need a complex like this each year to accommodate that amount. And so how to actually really make something that accessible financially. So did your research look at that as well?
Well, from financial side, I can't really say, but I did the research and I understood that Adaži, they are actually planning to develop the one municipal elderly house, and also in future they will need at least 3 kindergartens, or not private kindergartens, municipal kindergartens. So they are planning to do so, and they are thinking about it in terms of like municipalities' duties, so it's not going to be a private space.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Very nice project. Thank you.
Okay, hello. I will present my thesis, Reconnecting Fragmented Cityscapes through Narrative Architecture with Special Narrative Interventions in Pextelniek Park, Boulder. The motivations for researching this topic emerged already in the early stages of my research, from the claim that technological optimization efficiency disregards narratives by reducing distance between point A and point B, both in times of time and space, leaving little to no place for experience, meaning, and stories. Therefore, my research was guided towards exploring what narratives and in what ways should be activated in order to engage different cityscapes and communities. From this, I formulated the goal of the thesis to define and employ spatial narrative scheme in a way that assists mental mapping and engagement of the site in relation to other parts of the neighborhood. My theoretical part, therefore, is a research of theories regarding narrative architecture and narrative studies, also in other sciences, where the latter explores human experience and the role of narrative in human cognition, and narrative architecture is concerned with spatial configurations of these theories. And therefore I combined these two results of my twofold study, and I arrived at my own definition of narrative architecture, because it is a very broad subject and widely used. That it is like a design approach that puts emphasis on experiential dimension of architecture by adopting narrative methods and modes into spatial configuration based on sequence and taking into account temporal effects. And the rationale for implementing this in real urban scenarios would be that this would assist mental mapping, engagement, immersion, and experience, and also connectivity between community and different parts of spatial parts of neighborhood. Further on, from what this narrative architecture would consist, Coates, for example, in his book Narrative Architecture, defined three components of spatial narrative. One is binary, which is perceived as a singular object containing singular meaning. A sequence, which consists of these binary objects and the interspace in between them, and the biotopic, where different spatial narratives can overlap and work as a matrix. And here you can see it's almost like a geometrical progression, and also coincide with Lynch's elements of the city, which is landmark and path and district. And then all these elements can be collated with different temporally perceivable methods, such as for example, distancing scenarios, as in English gardens, where scenarios and events are distanced so as not to contaminate with each other. A method new narrates old, where new structures respond to existing environment in a way that employs descriptive modes, or also another method using the visual integrity, and using a tool called isovists, which can help to assign a meaning to objects spatially without any use of symbols. Then there are different theories I explored which could assist in implementing these ideas in urban environments, such as to avoid top-down narratives. There's a concept of critical narrative environments, which works directly with communities, and also landscape narratives that are suitable for open-air museums, but for example, therefore, further on, these theories could be tested on a number of urban neighborhoods. However, I found from my research Boulderite to be the most appropriate and interesting subjects. It is because of two reasons. One is that the neighborhood has been subject to recent narrative studies, where the perceived condition of environment and social aspects are explored through local resident stories. The study is called Living Next to Port, conducted in 2022. And the second reason is that I discovered that the degraded condition of space between industrial heritage, natural objects, and other parts of the neighborhood are suitable conditions for testing the claim that spatial narrative model connects different areas and communities. So here I chose Textile Park as my site, and as it is located in between this interspace of the neighborhood center, and also in the study shown that these perceived values of Boulderite residents, that you're living in the city, but you have natural values here. So there's connecting these crane paths, you create a path that connects the center with the new promenade in Bullpit. And while walking around this site, I noticed many different binary elements that also tell a story of themselves, such as the old fountain, the mansions from the 19th century, The factory also, the factory with the missing roof part, and old tea house in neoclassical style. And I decided that it would be useful to work with these objects. So the first step of the design was to identify this interspace, which takes into account functional zoning and the existing situation, defining the block of programs that could be implemented there to activate the space, and exploding this block on a grid of spatial narrative structure, and in order to create an overlay that connects the different entry and exit points. And then applying bi-topic paths to create this more different opportunities for sequences for the visitors. Therefore, my proposal is local interventions spaced out in the interspace between industrial heritage and other parts of the neighborhood, with small pavilions sequentially encountered, slightly modified in order to sequentially perceive changing scenarios which are distant from each other. The programmatic events here would be indoor and outdoor pavilions, plus also a larger community center, which I decided to place in the roofless part of this old factory building. Yeah, and so I placed my sketches of the model on the site and modified them according to existing objects and its relative position in the interspace. Some modules are designed as modes of overcoming the isolating concrete wall. For example, DC1, where roof terrace opens up to the plaza of the factory building, and that plaza could in future potentially serve as a public space, not closed up industrial area. Yeah, and also viewports indicate also this entry towards this place. Then some other modules deeper in the park would increasingly be modified, yet the spatial language could still be recognized and its adherence to the overall structure noticed. And also its modifications correspond to the landscaping solutions they implemented. And also linking together with other parts of my theoretical research, some outdoor pavilions will serve as recreational zones, but in spatial narrative terms and using the methods explored previously. Here the method of visual integrity is used to overcome this concrete wall, where the occluded concrete wall is reflected, but by changing the position, the person breaks the wall and gains access to the site. And also here landscape narratives, which are informative boards, in place of a single board that is in a single location. I decided to spread these boards all over the pavilions, so you can gain the whole story only through traversing the whole site. Here in the existing situation, there is only one board at one place, but I thought this would comply more with engaging the visitor to go further. Different modules could also serve as sports facilities and activities for children's playground. And here is the community center, which continues this structure, design structure inside, but also implements this larger indoor area with scaffolding roof replicating the historic window, and skylights providing daylight into the larger mass. By using the existing break in the wall, which is demolished, you gain access also to the inner courtyard here, and these scaffolding structures could help to maintain this isolated wall, because as I read in my research, that this object is not in the hands of people who care about industrial heritage, and this could help to address that. And in this plan there are reading rooms and meeting rooms for neighborhood events, but also they could be rented for private events also. And different elements that we see in the park could repeat indoors, and also the scaffolding is visible from the inside, with multifunctional exhibition spaces. And yeah, in conclusion, the scope of my thesis was not about the restoration of industrial heritage, but rather how spatial narrative can be employed to mediate different parts of an urban fabric, and to introduce some methods and start discussion about spatial narratives in urban design in order to create more engaging cityscapes. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Janis, for your presentation. The reviewer of Janis' thesis was Rudolfs Dainis Šmits, and the positive qualities of theoretical part are research results could be improved by, oh sorry, this is not positive. The positive qualities of the thesis, the research text, topic and relevant references and quotes engage the reader's interest. The language and sophistication of research and ideas presented exceed Bachelor level expectations. The imperfections. Research results could be improved by performing interviews or providing questionnaire, investigating the opinions of residents and obtaining historical information. Letters, photographs, testimonials, etc. from local residents. About practical part, the positive qualities, the design boards and means of architectural representation successfully communicates the concept behind the intended interventions. The disadvantages, the student decided to make one model at the urban scale, which may be enough. However, a second model at 1 to 200 of the factory, urban ruin and part of park, the police would have provide additional desired detail to physically demonstrate the potential of narrative interventions through forms and their potential to activate, engage and host prescribed functions of each form. Thank you. Now it's time for questions.
Okay. The question for part A was that in the research the student discusses Sarah's point about spatial urban journeys moving from point A to B. These spatial events have nowadays been so optimized that there is no time for human experience. Regarding this loss of spatial experience in urban environments, no objects with personal or collective meaning, do you think there are any similar effects upon society, for example, from the compressed spatial experience provided by social media? Also Coates talked about this, that in his book, that there are, by using Google Maps, you can access direct points without this interspace in between. But also I wouldn't argue against also this technology in this type of architectural thinking, because also in landscape narratives that I have discovered was that also technology can help to aid this urban experience by using, for example, audio trails and also first-hand which display first-hand interviews of local residents, such as was in this case study, and I think in some ways technology can even enhance this. Only this by working directly with this interspace in the urban fabric. And the question for part B is how have you organized space and objects permanent and temporary with your interventions that can function as the environment in which narrative is physically deployed? So in each model I try to combine all these elements of binary, sequential and biotopic by employing these organic shapes that appears the rigid structure of these frames, and also that these elements themselves are perceived as binary elements when you encounter them along the way. But then when you go inside, there unfolds new sequences and new objects that can be discovered. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas.
All right. I think you obviously know you've done a very impressive job. I'd like to start off with that. It's very thorough. You've got a good theoretical base for what you've been doing. You have gone in depth to investigate different possibilities. And the only thing I'm wondering about is, if you look at the two buildings in the middle, the two, you just point at the curved wall now on that building. How does that relate to, your topic is reconnecting fragmented cityscape. Now, how do you connect that visually or in a different way? If you look at the one on the left with a nice green lawn, did you also focus on the outdoor spaces? How the reconnection, how do you bring activity into the spaces in between the buildings?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The idea how these modules connecting these spaces is I was experimenting with different ways how you can engage a person to traverse through this space. And for example, the first iteration would be recognizable like you meet this first iteration of these modules, which would not be modified. And this would be like somewhere in the middle of park where it is changed more thoroughly. And it would be perceived as a sequential process. Yeah.
But why didn't you show any people or activity there?
Yeah.
Is that deliberate?
Yeah,
or
that could be improved, yeah, of course.
That'd been next stage.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Really nice presentation, and also theoretical work is nicely done. But I have some questions regarding the general plan. What I see is quite a tension on the north side. Those four structures are really close to the border, to the factory border. Mm-hmm. And also there's a tension in the middle of the park with two existing buildings. And we have a clear answer what happens in the factory, and we have a clear answer what happens in those red structures. But what happens between those maybe into those wooden buildings, we don't know. Could you please explain?
In those buildings?
Yes.
Okay, according to functional plan, I was taking a little bit account into that also. And these are marked not as green zones, but they are low-rise residential plots. But in reality, as is characteristic in Boldrai, there is not a readable functional zoning in here. So the thing is, I left them untouched. I didn't include them in the project, but they are part of also historical heritage. And I implemented this outdoor pavilion with informative boards also. That is only as far as I touched upon those.
They're really the central part of the park, so some more information could be nice. But what about the tension in the border, those 4 blocks? Have you considered moving them a bit to the south? So
these ones?
Yes.
No, but that was the intention, to place them along the wall, because I wanted them to act as mediators between the park and to connect them with this industrial site, because my proposal is that this site could be potentially given to the community for public functions.
Thank you very much. I can say that you really did great job first in the part A, in theoretical part, and then you really showed this in your proposal, so thank you. Good job. Only one, it's even not a question, maybe some comment. What I'm a bit confused about is the grid. The grid itself first, because well, maybe you could explain a bit your intention, why it is so regular grid if nowhere there is such a grid in a neighborhood? Or maybe it's just, it should be so. That's the first question or comment. This is confusing me. And the second is, in my opinion, that grid is too dense. But again, maybe there is some explanation. I mean, density is because of these elements, if they are like this one approximately, so those elements are staying in a park approximately in this distance, like one by one, and then there comes next element. So it's they are pretty close and they are pretty expressive, which is nothing bad. Still, it's they are like telling their own stories one by one, but they are not leading to the next story. What you are saying about that narrative of the space and place. That's the feeling what I feel, because, for example, in that sample what you are showing, for example, English Landscape Park, where there is some sculpture in somewhere in furthest point through the alley, you are going somewhere. These elements somehow like, yeah. No, I'm just asking maybe some additional information, because, as I said, part A and part B, it's very good exposed, and it's nice job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I understand what you are saying, but I chose to make them these lines because I wanted to calibrate them accordingly to the existing objects in the park, and that's why those distance I determined would be that way. And maybe some different, you can play also with different elements, maybe to sort of block the vision from the other module with maybe some vegetation, you know, and well, those could be methods, so they could not contaminate. But I understand, yeah, that is a limitation that contradicts. This was the decision because of the existing objects. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your job. It's good. I have no question.
I had the pleasure of reviewing your work, and your part A was just a wonderful read, and I want to read it again, and actually could recommend to who hasn't had a chance to read it to really read it, because it's really well done, and I appreciate that. And I had a similar question. Gunta brought up about you mentioned in your research about the distancing, yeah. And so I had the same question. Do you think this distancing of your follies is far enough? Because, you know, in those English gardens, if it's too close, then it doesn't work. You don't have this interstitial space. So I agree. I think that it's a little bit cramped. I almost expect that the grid could almost be bigger, where the first three follies on the right side are on the other side of the street, right? Yeah. And a couple of them fall into the courtyards, you know, 2 blocks down, and so that they feel like they're freed from the constraint of the actual residual park that you're trying to reactivate. But that's because right now they feel confined. So I agree with that comment. And when you showed the elevation, really in the 3D image, you showed the elevation of these 3 units within the ruin of the X factor. Yeah, here, one before, and then the one after. I really like this, this relationship, and you know, this just reminded me, and I'm just curious. This is not a trick question, but you know, Chumi taught with Haydick at Cooper Union about very similar ideas, and from your experience, you know, on working on the Riga project, and after doing your research now, what is your opinion about how objects can transform spaces, and do you have a better sort of like opinion about that now after diving into this research?
Yeah, I think with this also subject-object relation, it also played a little bit of a role how these interventions can also help to activate the space there by sort of forming a dialogue between each other. If I understood your question.
Yeah. Because that's what I see here, and I see this understanding here, and I think this dialogue between your intervention and that is really quite wonderful. And you mentioned the biotopic paths. You know, in Schumi he talks about the field. You know, he has three elements: the grid, the object, and the field, and then the events that happen between. You chose to have this biotopic overflowing of different things. Are you connecting that with the Park Levelette, or how did you decide to appropriate that?
Well, the thing is with Park Levelette, I know that there are many similarities between that, but actually it was the last thing in my theory that I looked into. I sort of arrived at it naturally.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
I started from the premise I mentioned in the first slide of my presentation, and then I discovered Coed's narrative architecture, and from there I also found these narrative studies in Boulder Eye, and so it just clicked together, and then these modes that I found in my research, then I figured, yeah, those are very similar to the Park Levelette. Yeah.
No, well, I mean that's not a problem because you've appropriated in your own way for this site. So, thank you. Really appreciate it. Great project. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, everyone. It's been a long day, but very interesting day, and really some great projects, great comments and discussions. Thank you, Jerry. We will resume tomorrow again, continue with Bachelor students at 10 o'clock. So please be ready. Really just want to applaud and thank those of you that presented today. Really nice work, and we will be obviously talking with everybody tomorrow evening, but just wanted to say that really appreciate it. Maybe any comments from the jury on what we saw today. Please feel free.
I think it's very impressive.
A long day. I guess comments will be tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But thank you, everyone. Thank you. Really.
Nice.
Great job.
Okay. So we officially are ending for today. So see you tomorrow.
Great job.
No.